Oh dear. Oh. Right. No one here yet, so give it a few minutes. Oh, it's cold in here. I'm tired. Didn't get to sleep till like 8 o'clock this morning. I go about 8. I went to sleep. Mind you, I slept most of the day. Didn't get up till about 6:30. I was just so fucking tired, man. Having all these late nights with Dave. Oh, Christ. Mind you, my sleep pattern's screwed up anyway. No, I'm sure I got, what's it called? Osomnia? Yeah, something like that. Right, Angela, how's it going? I'm not sure Dave's doing a stream tonight. He can come and me for a little while if he wants. I'm not going to be on too long because I was watching the John George Haigh, the acid bath murderer just now, but I've not watched it all. I've paused it. So I wanted to talk about proving the paranormal and debunking the paranormal. Because I've seen a lot of people doing videos and thinking that the paranormal they're getting is like real paranormal, which I don't think it is. I know he just done one, a ghost box one for about 3 minutes, weren't it? So, yeah, no, not in 3 minutes. About 2 minutes. Saw that one. It wasn't a live stream. It was like a video I uploaded, I think. So I had no chat on it. So, yeah, I thought I'll have a little chat about proving the paranormal and debunking activity. But we'll wait to see what the outcome comes to, like see how many people come on here, give a few minutes to warm up, and then we'll see what happens. So I don't want to be doing a stream if no one's coming on and watching. Although we've got 4 on at the moment, I want to try to get at least 8 or 10 on here before we start talking about it. If Dave wants to come on, Dave can come on. If anyone else wants to come on, and I can send the link out. I was surprised yesterday actually that even though sending out the link to StreamYard, we did not get any trolls on here, which kind of surprised me actually. Hello, Shrimp. How's it going, my dear? I can call you my dear now. Now I know you're female. Oh dear. So yeah, so I've been watching quite a few videos over the last few weeks, mostly to do with true crime, and serial killers and murderers and all that kind of stuff. I watched last night the Philadelphia Experiment, which was quite a good film actually. That was the updated 2012 one. I've got the older version, the 1960 or 78 version on Amazon, ready to go later. Hey Dave, if you want to come on, feel free to. I'll post a link on in a minute. I thought I'd just do like a little stream. I ain't going to be on for hours and hours, because I slept most of the day and I'm still bloody tired, would you believe it? So I'll post the link out in a minute. I just thought I'd do a little short one, regarding, proving the paranormal, which we can't really do, unless we get some kind of amazing kind of like video evidence, and it goes through to some scientific laboratory where they use special filters and stuff like that, and they can turn around and say, yeah, that's not doctored, we believe that's real, or whatever, kind of thing, which I have seen on a YouTube video before. But can I find it? No, I can't find it anywhere anymore. I don't know if they took it down, but it's regarding 2 guys walking out into an open kind of like land where an old house used to stand, and they caught some amazing things on there. They caught like video evidence of 3 women, spiritual women, and they also caught on photo as well. And each woman had different colours, like one was red, one was blue, and one was green, or whatever, kind of thing. And people were trying to doubt them, saying it's fake, You ain't going to catch that on video or on photo. But he sent it to a very well-known photographer who dealt in, like, you know, debunking stuff and stripping photos down to, like, you know, like using final tooth comb, you know, kind of thing. And he used everything he could think of, yeah. And he was just about going to give up, and someone mentioned to him, to the scientist, why don't you try something else? So he tried this other technique, and you could see that on the photo where we used different filters, you could see like a skull appearing on one of the actual spectres, you want to call it, one of the female spirits. And the final outcome reckons that, you know, yeah, these were like, you know, 100%, you know, true spiritual beings that he caught on photo. He tried to do the same thing on video, but was unsuccessful. Now, as Dave knows, you know, we can't prove that what we do capture is real. You know, we like to prove what we get is, like, you know, living proof, but you're always going to get skeptical people that are just going to, like, say it isn't real, or, you know, call you a liar, call you a fake, or whatever, you know, kind of thing. Now, the thing being is that I've watched a few videos over the last few days. I've just watched one actually just now, and I'm not going to mention a channel name, but they're stating that a camera flew at them. Well, we all know tripods, if they're not set up properly, can lose balance. Or if you put a camera on, say, like an armchair, and it's not set properly, and the vibration in that room could also make it fall down. Well, I just saw a video just now, and the camera fell down. It did not fly like they said it did. So that's a load of bollocks. You know, unless you've got another video camera facing that camera which fell down or flew across the room, they can't turn around and say it flew when there's no evidence it flew. Because all you're seeing on this video is it tumbling down. Now, I tried debunking stuff myself, you know, especially the time when that golf ball kind of flew across the room in the living room on one of my live streams. I went in there and I tried debunking it. I put the golf ball back in practically the same location where I'd had it before, and I kind of like flicked it with my finger. I banged aside, and out of 3 or 4 times, I think I'd done it 4 times. At 3 times, it just felt and bounced once, maybe twice. The 4th time, it didn't move at all. It just rolled along the table a little bit and stopped. Now, that time when it happened, you could see the golf ball flying across the room. It's caught on video. So was that real, true paranormal activity? Maybe. Maybe the golf ball bounced further than it did when I tried to debunk it. I don't know. But it was kind of like amazing because, like, to me, it seemed like it flew across the room, and it did hit my foot. And that was caught on video, where you could actually get in my living room. You've got 2 cameras, the one at the back, which would not have caught it, but you had the one in the front, which goes facing towards the window, which did actually capture it. Plus, I had my laptop, which I was streaming at the time, but I think the laptop wouldn't have caught it. But the DVR camera did capture it, and you can see it going across the room. Now, so I can't prove it's a spiritual energy that actually flew the ball across the room. That's just my opinion of it, and other people's opinion saying, well, we believe it's a spirit that somehow manifested enough power and made that golf ball fly across the room. Now, some people class that as poltergeist activity. Did I have poltergeist activity? I don't know. I can't prove it. But when people turn around and say, you know, like, something flew across the room, and they've got no other camera facing that object that apparently flew across the room, and you can't turn around and say that is like real paranormal activity, can you really? And I think, like, people who don't try debunking this stuff, you know, is a bit of a total waste of putting a video up. You know, because I always try to think, but you know, I always try to debunk my stuff. How many other people try debunking them stuff in the paranormal? Not many. They just think that everything they capture on video is always paranormal. At one time, I thought everything that I captured was paranormal, but you know, after time, after doing all this paranormal stuff, after all these years, I do think now that you know, some of the stuff isn't paranormal. It could just be vibration of the room. You know, if you live near a highway or a busy road, and something flies off the table or off a sideboard, like let's say, like for instance, a picture frame is sitting on a sideboard, yeah, or on a wall, and it's been sitting there. You know, if you've got heavy traffic going past your house, the vibration can actually make that picture fall off. But a lot of people don't realise that. They put it down as activity. And also, I've noticed that if you've got a nail in the wall, you know, sometimes that nail can work loose through the vibration and actually fall and make the picture fall. So, you know, you've got to try debunking it. You know, like, I know it's hard to try to debunk a picture falling off the, you know, the sideboard or even off a wall. But if you try to reproduce that, if it happened when you've got heavy traffic, all you got to do is put it back on and try to, you know, wait and see if heavy traffic will actually make it fall off again. I'm not saying that it will fall off again. There's a possibility that it might fall off. It might stay on because you might push that nail back in a little bit further for it not to fall off again. But I'm kind of getting a bit sick and tired of seeing people saying that, you know, the activity they're getting is real activity when it can easily be debunked. So what do you reckon, Dave?
To which bit, mate? That was a little bit of a rant, so I'm not sure. Which bit are you? What do I think to what?
About proving if the paranormal is real and like trying to debunking the activity you're getting. No, actually, say not the first bit. The activity that people get. You know, do you think they should try debunking it before they class it as paranormal?
I think that's a good question. I just want to say one or two things before we answer that, Steve, if you'll allow me. Hi, Jane. Hi, Angela. Hello, Shrimp. Who else have we got in chat? Well, anybody else who happens to be in chat. There's a few calls from some of the other mods out there, Steve, for you to mod Shrimp as well, if you'd do so. If you'll give Shrimp a blue spanner treatment. I agree with everything you've said, Steve, actually. I agree with everything you've said. I mean, I've watched your streams for years. It wasn't an audio problem, by the way, everybody. I was waiting for him to finish. He was in mid-flow. And some of the things that he got, you know, and there was a few people on Google Hangouts watching at the time. You know, so there was a few people sort of involved in it away, and some of it was weird, yeah. But I think you have to try your best to debunk it as best you can, because then whatever's left is, you know, by definition, paranormal. So I agree with everything you say. I think most people don't do it, though, Steve. I think most people just accept that what happens is paranormal straight away, you know, personally.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, a lot of people, I've seen so many videos where they say, like, you know, something fell off the wall, or, you know, something flew towards them, or something fell down, or, you know, the lights start flickering on and off. Now, you know, with the lights flickering on and off, you know, like, that's a bit of an awkward one, really, because, you know, a spirit, if they've got enough energy, they can manipulate, you know, the lights and make them flash on and off. But that can also happen if you've got faulty wiring.
Yeah.
And you can't prove if that is a spirit messing around the lights or it's faulty wiring.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And I know people say, well, like, yeah, it's happened here. Again, when I've live streamed, the lights flickered. And what I'd done was said, hang on a minute, let me turn the light off and turn it back on again. If it continues again, then it possibly might be paranormal. I turned the light off, turn it back on again. It didn't do it for a little while, but then it started doing it again. So I thought, well, hang on a minute, it could be the bulb. So I said, let me turn the light off. I'll go and get another bulb in from the kitchen. I'll put a new bulb in and see what happens again. Took the old one out, put a new one in, never happened again. So it could have been the bulb just on the way out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I know I ain't got faulty wiring, but you know, people don't realise that because you know your lights flash. Oh, it's paranormal. I'm scared. I've got a ghost in here. Try change the bloody light bulb for one, and if it still happens, then try checking your electrics out. Get a electrician round and making sure that your electrics are all set and proper, and you ain't got no faulty wiring. Then, if it continues happening, then you may have paranormal activity. But
Yeah.
if it still does happen, it still doesn't prove it's paranormal. Because like I know with some people, if like you know, I've seen many videos, Dave. You know, especially like the haunting videos. Yeah, I love watching the haunting, and people state that you know their lights flashed on and off quite a few times. You can see it on the video. Yeah, I know a lot of it's just like made up bullshit to make the program look a bit more, you know, fantastic to watch, I suppose. You know, people never said that their lights flash on and off, but in the videos, you're seeing lights flashing on and off. Maybe it's just something that they forget to say in an interview, interview or not. I don't know. But even if you have your wiring checked and you change your light bulb, do they actually check the light switches as well?
Who? Paranormal investigators? No, mostly not. No, me, yes. Angela, I don't see why you can't ask some questions. I think you know that's the whole idea.
Yeah, ask questions. If I don't see it, they will see it.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the chat, Steve. A lot of people miss out on that. They don't test the ring mains and all the rest of it. The sort of like energy fields that are coming from other stuff. You know the deal, Steve. You know, computer monitors, TV screens, and all that. They don't keep. There you go. There's your blue Spanish shrimp. They don't pay attention to it. So you know what it's like. I'm not saying you do that. I'm just saying that you know a lot of people don't do it. There you go, Steve. Can spirits go and look inside another coffin? Angela wants to know.
You said that last night on Dave's channel. Can the spirit go and look inside? I don't know, really, to be honest with you. I'm not going to say I know the answer to that. I believe that spirits can mingle with each other in a cemetery or in, like, you know, a residence or, you know, wherever kind of thing. I don't think a spirit would jump into another coffin. Because why would they need to jump in another coffin when they've got their own coffin?
Well, I think the other thing, or the more important side of it, is that just contains the mortal remains which decay. There wouldn't be any real reason for them to be there. I suppose if they really wanted to, they could. If they wanted to, but I don't, like Steve, I don't see why they would. I think, you know, if there is any validity behind any of it, they're more likely to go to somewhere they remember that made them feel happy when they were alive. You know, go to a relative's house or something like that. I don't think they'd hang around at the this is why I don't do a lot of cemetery type sessions and graveyard sessions personally. But I think spirits can be drawn to that area if somebody is there, maybe doing a shout, you know, and they might think, well, that person's trying to communicate with me, because I don't think they're bound by time and distance. So I think, you know, they might turn up at say Steve, for instance, was doing a spirit box session at a cemetery. It might attract spirits to come towards him rather than spirits actually being inside the cemetery per se. And them spirits that do go to see Steve at that cemetery could have their bodies interred in there. Like, for instance, when he was at the Jewish cemetery, which is why he got the words that he got over the spirit box, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. See, another thing's been that, you know, with all the world wars we've had, you know, a lot of bodies were never recovered. Those like buried in the ground that they died in, like mass graves and everything, weren't they?
Yeah.
So I believe because they was not buried properly and that's just thrown in the ditch, their spirits could still linger there. But if they had the willpower, they could always go, like you just said, Dave, back to somewhere where they felt at peace, loved and treasured, you know, treasured, but, you know, like going back to where they actually was brought up, you know, family life kind of thing, and reside in the house there. Jane's saying, like, what was that? You can hear banging in the attic, but I can't get up there. I'm too short, can't reach. I know a lot of spirits the way I see it, I could be wrong, but I know a lot of spirits do like being in the smaller, darker areas, like such as like attics, and even if you've got a basement, kind of thing, a small basement, they go in there. I don't understand why they like closets. There's so many stories where they say, like, especially kids, oh, there's a monster in my closet, or there's a monster in my wardrobe. I think that's because, like, it's so dark in there. Some spirits, especially the negative ones or the demonic ones, prefer the darkness and not the lightness. Like, because if you turn the light off in your room now, it's dark, yeah, but if you go into your closet, it's even darker than the room, your bedroom is when the lights are turned off. So maybe the darker spirits, the darker energies, like pitch black, are more at home being in pitch black than like a badly dimmed bedroom or living room or kitchen or something like that, kind of thing.
Yeah, I've got a theory about that, Steve. If you want to hear it.
Yeah.
I sort of know what you're saying. I'm not sure about that. I think what happens is we're more susceptible to picking up on them because our senses are heightened when we're in dark conditions ourselves, and because of that, we're more likely to pick up on their vibrations rather than them actually hanging around or hiding in there. I don't think there's like a spiritual game of hide and seek going on. I think that just when we're in the dark, because we lose vision or our vision isn't as prevalent, our sixth sense or our instinct becomes more attuned. Our hearing becomes more attuned. More often than not, we like get goosebumps anyway because it can be a freaky type of area. So our sense of touch is more heightened. And I think we as human beings become more receptive. And I think that's the other reason why a lot of people, and you'll be able to get on this, like to go doing paranormal investigations at night. It's not that it's necessary, and you already know this. You don't have to go at night. You can go during the day. Spirit activity happens all the time, if it happens at all. It's not like they have to sleep during the day and they're only allowed to play out at night. It doesn't work like that. They're there all the time. It's just that during the dark, our senses, because we're not really we're really diurnal people. We're not a nocturnal species, man. We prefer to, our body clock, our circadian rhythm is based around being awake during the day, being asleep at night, mostly. And I think it's just our senses are more attuned to what's going on around us when it's dark rather than during the day, and that's why we pick up on stuff.
Mm. Yeah, I used to love doing cemeteries, during the daytime, and you do get activity during the day as well as nighttime, because like we've asked the spirits, is there time in the spirit world? Well, no, I think it is like constant. There is no time. I always wondered why they do come out more at night time than during the daytime. Maybe like is it like you're saying, it's their senses that pick them up. Maybe I don't know, but maybe they might even prefer the darkness because they know that the darkness gives us the fear factor, and when we're more fearful at night time, we're giving them more energy at night than we are at daytime.
Yeah, but I mean that only works if it's a negative spirit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because you're only scared of a negative spirit, and I really don't think it's that. From what I've done in investigations and that, it just seems to me that we're more in tune as people. During the day, you've got less traffic, you've got less background noise because of industry. Everything goes quiet. You know what I mean? Other sounds start to come into play. Sound carries further. You've got less ground vibrations. Just everything's less busy, and I think we sort of tune into it more than that. I mean, a lot of the great captures of what I suppose you'd call it paranormal evidence, really, because there's no other way of calling it, but it isn't, is it? Because we know it's not evidence per se. A lot of that's been captured during the day, on dash cams, on video cams. I mean, the one that me and you were talking about last night at Pennsylvania, Gettysburg, that was at dusk, weren't it, or dawn? It wasn't in true dark. So a lot of the decent videos. I mean, look at some of the old-fashioned photos that were put forward back in the day, like the tulip staircase ghost, the ghost of Lord Conmere. All these lot were taken during the day. Was that Freddy guy? Do you know the one I mean, Steve? Where it's like the pilot stood in the parade of pilots, and there's a guy looking over another guy's shoulder, but he died like a couple of weeks before in a training exercise in a plane.
Yeah, I think I've heard that one.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. And I just think it's down to that more than anything. I really do. I think they're active all the time, Steve.
Yeah. But do you think they're more active during the daytime than nighttime, or nighttime than daytime, or both? You know, like they can be active, you know, all through the day and night.
I think they're active. I think they really are active just all the time. I think they are, because the time is nothing to them, and we sort of suppose that they visually see day and night the same as we do, but we only see day and night the way that we do because we have a physical eyeballs that, you know, have retinas that turn light into impulses so we can recognize shapes and color. But they don't. They're no longer any physical. For all we know, they could constantly see in black and white, whether it's day or night. They might see in full spectrum, whether it's day or night. They might just see with the mind's eye, in which case they don't need any light anyway. Do you know what I mean? I don't think they're, once the physical body is gone, they're not hindered by any of the things we are at all. I think they're there constantly.
Maybe they can actually see through frequencies as well.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, you know, they can't see at all. I think like fear could also be classed as a frequency, I suppose, in one way.
No, it absolutely is. It's not maybe. You're absolutely right. Of course it can. Yeah, it's an emotion, so it's a brainwave activity. It absolutely is energy. Yeah, it's a frequency vibration, definitely.
So maybe they can pick up by, you know, through that, and they might not be able to see us. You know, they might not have eyes.
Yeah, they might. I don't think they do have physical eyes. Well, they don't have physical eyes anyway, because they're not a physical being, as far as we're aware. They're an ethereal. They're an ethereal entity, spiritual energy. And you know, they don't need to worry about that. But I think they can visualize us because of other certain things they say. I mean, we've done we called it the guessing game investigation, and this is a few years ago, where we'd each take a turn at writing down a word on a piece of paper, hiding it. We wouldn't tell the rest of the team what was on the piece of paper, but you know, we'd each have a go, and we'd get the spirit box to say it or ask them to say it, and then if we thought we heard it, we'd say, they just said it then. Play it back to the rest of the team, and then show what we'd wrote down on the word, so that they had visualized the word that we'd wrote down that not even the rest of the team members said, and then said it through the spirit box as well. Do you know what I mean?
But if you're thinking of the word, maybe they can tune into your thought pattern telepathically.
Yeah, absolutely.
They know what you're writing down.
Yeah, that's always a possibility, that they can precognitively they know what you're putting down because they're tuning into it. They might be doing that, but then also, you know, you've got to look at the fact that go for that color light, make such a thing flash, make that thing move over there, so that either they are understanding what you mean because they can visually associate with it, or there has to be an element of telepathy on your part, because merely just thinking it, is that enough to make them understand what you mean? Because if you remember, with the DC box, I had to explain what it was by visually going over, saying, make that box light up. All you have to do is do this. And then I put my hand near the antenna. And it was only after that thing started to happen, if you know what I mean. I know what you mean, though, because it could be a mixture of both, couldn't it? Depending upon how advanced that particular spirit energy is. You know, how much it's learned in the spirit world, if you like.
Do you think spirits learn from each other? Like, you know, like, for instance, we try to teach the spirits on how to use the equipment, because some of the spirits could be like 30, 40 years old, you know, and died like 100 years ago or something like that, yeah, and they don't know and understand the technology, right?
Correct.
But if a spirit died 2 years ago and they know a lot about technology, they know about the ghost hunting equipment, yeah, and you believe that you're talking to someone who knows about the equipment, so you're going to get them coming through and use the equipment a lot more. But if you've got another spirit which died 50 years ago and they want to communicate, do you think the spirit that died 2 years ago and understands the technology that we're trying to use to, you know, provide some way of communicating with the spirit world, do you think the spirit from 2 years ago is able to help that spirit from 50 years ago to come forward and understand how to use the equipment himself? Like,
okay, well, I'll break it down into the component bits that you sort of asked. I will say this, though, quickly. Thanks for that, Jane. It's always good that you put that in the chat. It's a nice bit of modding. And I want to say thanks to everybody who supported me, because I went over 1K today. So that stream last night, the Gargantuan mega stream, obviously made some kind of difference, and a lot of people have been shouting my channel. So I just want to publicly say thanks to everybody. I'm not streaming myself, so I'm using Steve's stream to do it. But thanks for that. I appreciate everybody's support. Yeah, I do, because how many times have you done a spirit box session yourself and you thought that you've heard them talking to one another or communicating, even almost arguing sometimes? I've done a lot of spirit box sessions, and you may have done as well, where you've sort of heard them, speak to us or say something, and then it almost sounds like another spirit or something is saying no, or don't speak, or shut up, or whatever, as if they're arguing, like, don't be telling them anything, or don't be communicating. So it sort of, even if we're picking up on a spirit box as verbally or vocally, I don't think they need to do that in the spirit realm, obviously. But I think they can. I think it would make sense to me that there's certain things that they pick up, and the longer a spirit has been around, I think they're more likely to have a higher understanding of this state that they're in than a newer spirit, rather than the other way around, a newer spirit being able to say, yeah, this is a computer and this is how this works. Whether they even think of that or not, I don't know, and whether they just deal in how to manipulate energy, and whether a spirit energy communicates with another spirit energy about how to interact with environmental energy to get whatever they want, whether it's to make a sound, to move something, or to communicate via equipment, or to communicate via a spiritual medium, or whoever. Thanks, Shrimp. Thanks, Angela. Thanks, Jane.
Another thing, do you think spirits can share energy? So if you've got like one very strong energy, one, let's say that again, if you've got one spirit that's got a lot of energy, and another spirit wants to communicate but hasn't got the energy, do you think the one with a lot of energy can give some of the energy to the weaker one, for the weaker one to use a bit more energy from the stronger one so they can communicate?
That's a difficult one. I mean, I think that'd be almost a little bit like a spiritual blood transfusion kind of thing, almost, in a way. I'm not so sure about that, but I think, because I'm not also sure about how they interact with energy within the environment, because I've had mixed results, and I don't know how you've gone on, but obviously I'm sure you'll tell me. I've had mixed results when it's come to using an EM pump. Sometimes it seems like it helps, and then other times it doesn't do anything whatsoever at all, in the slightest. So I think when they, maybe, I'll say, I know that sounds like a get out, but maybe when they understand how to utilize environmental energy, that they can draw from that and do something with it, that they interact with the vibrational frequencies and cause things to happen, which is part of cause and effect. Maybe they can also do that with other spiritual energy, because if it's all energy and it's all vibrational frequency, then maybe, I don't think the singular individual entities. I think they're a singular entity as well as a multidimensional, all-encompassing energy. So I think it's possible, yeah.
So I was just looking for an EM pump myself, actually. So I wanted to find out by using like an EMF or millimeter to see how much an EM pump actually does generate, because I've never done that, but I can't find EM pump, and I don't know if that would actually give us a true reading of what an EM pump does give us. Well, I don't think it's too much energy, but maybe it might be just enough energy that an EM pump is generating for a spirit to actually use and communicate.
Well, what I've noticed is if I've done a baseline test on a paranormal investigation regarding EMF, I will ignore anything underneath 2 milligauss, because you can get residual energy fields that are between 0 to 2 milligauss anyway. And anything sort of above that, when it shouldn't be that, depending upon how it is relative to the baseline test, is worth paying attention to, or at least keeping an eye on. But you've also got to remember, an EM pump, it's mainly putting out a magnetic field, so you want to be able to measure a strictly soul magnetic field, and you'd get a more accurate reading if you measured it in micro Teslas. So it would totally depend upon the EMF meter you use to read it and how high it can go, because I've had readings of about 300 milligauss off an EM pump without trying, really, and that's a big field.
Yeah, so if I turn that on, you can hear that going crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
It kind of like lowers it down, depending on the how. Like if I bring it back, that's only just barely touching number 1. But as you bring it forward, it registers higher and higher and higher. And now you're blowing the thing apart, really. It's like well over the red. So this, I don't think, actually will measure the EMF field from this EM pump. I'm pretty sure there's something out there that you can actually measure EMF field.
Oh, there is.
Properly.
Oh, there is. Yeah, I've got EMF meters that'll do it. It's that's the thing is, a lot of EMF meters that paranormal investigators used aren't made for the job. They're made for ghost hunters to walk around in dark places, and that a lot of paranormal investigators won't be happy hearing that, but it's true. If you want to scientifically measure the amount of EMF that you're getting, I was going to bring that question to your attention, Steve, so I'm glad you've seen it anyway. Then you're going to need like even an EDT EMF meter. I mean, the price they're £250 but they're more scientifically viable. You'd probably get. You've got a Mel meter, haven't you, Steve?
Yeah, I have somewhere. But I'll keep pointing stuff away and bloody forgetting where I've put it.
I think your Mel meter would be better at picking up the reading than the Gauss meter.
I think it might bloody go. I don't know. Like the I keep putting things away and never bloody. Actually,
all right. Well, is it possible to get something in your head, but it's like a message for other people, but I can't hear them? Do you mean that you're sort of audibly hearing it inside your head, but not as outside as a spoken word? Is that what you mean, Angela? Oh, right. I see. Right. I've got you now. Yeah, I've just seen that. It's like a type message, but you can't. Yeah, you can visualize seeing it like that, but you see it in your sort of mind's eye rather than see it visually or hear it. Yeah.
I think it is possible because there's that night when I was streaming with I can never bloody remember her name, but we was doing a private little conference on Google Hangouts, and one of her friends that owns a bar in America. And I've said this story quite a few times. And I saw an image in a bar window of like a man and a boy. And it was only that, my high spirit Abby said, why don't you ask her if she knows anything about that man and boy? Because I wouldn't have thought about it. It's just what I was being told through Abby. It might have been Dean, I can't remember. I know it's one of the high spirits. I think it might have been Abby, actually. But she goes, ask her if she knows anything about that boy and that man. Was they ever in the car accident? Give her this details and see if she knows about the details. So she gave me a road address. I didn't know anything about the road address. I swear on it. I just said what I was being told in my mind's eye. I said, look, they're telling me man and boy died in an accident, possibly a car accident on, I can't remember the road name, but I'm just going to make one up for now, for instance, 101st 5th Avenue or something, And the girl goes, well, I don't know anything, but my mum's lived there all her life. I'll ask her. And if she knows anything, she'll tell me. So 2 days later, the girl I've spoken to and showed the image of what I saw in a bar window, in a bar mirror, she got back to me and she goes, here, Steve, you wouldn't believe this, but I asked my mum, and there was a man and a boy who had died in a car accident not far from her, and that road address actually does exist 2 blocks away from her mum's house. So I do believe spirits can ask questions and know the answer before you even give the answer back to them. Because why would they say to me, well, 105th Avenue or whatever, they must know if someone died there or not. I think they just wanted, like, I don't even know if they just wanted confirmation. They just, like, it's kind of hard to really explain it, but no, when they say, like, ask if there was a man and a boy, who died in the car accident on 105th Avenue, and to get a confirmation back on that, that's crazy.
Oh yeah.
So I do think that they do communicate with you for your mind's eye. If you don't actually hear them, then they talk to you in your head. And sometimes when you hear that in your head, you feel like, hey, I'm going nuts here. Maybe I should, be put in a mental hospital because I'm hearing voices in my head. And like, how many people have you ever known or ever heard or seen on a video where they said they hear voices in their head? It doesn't mean they're going crazy. Maybe it is a spirit trying to communicate with them. How did I know that someone died in a car accident with their son on 105th Avenue?
Maybe it's a part of the human senses and psyche that we haven't explored, and it's nothing to do with spirits, though. And what we're hearing is an alter self that's projected to that location and came back and given us the information, but we're interpreting it as another being because we can't relate to the experience, so it seems strange to us.
I think the weirdest thing, though, is that it took her 2 days to get back to me, to tell me. And I think she said it was like 2 years previous when the car accident. So 2 and 2, although it's 2 years and two days is a very long distance between each other. But, number 2 came into effect.
Well, I'll say this: if it's getting like that, Angela, perhaps you should look at some spiritual work classes, so that you do you do get some kind of relief from it, or some kind of way of containing it, or understanding it, or coming to terms with it. If it's causing you even the smallest little bit of distress, maybe it's about accepting what's going on rather than trying to fight it. Like a bit like having a panic attack or an anxiety attack. Is if you sort of like let it happen, because anxiety and panic are natural, rather than try to fight it, which puts you in an even more intense state of fight or flight, which makes the panic attack or the anxiety attack last even longer. Go with it, kind of thing. Ride it out and see what comes out the other end of it, and you sort of adjust to it. Maybe some spiritual work classes might be worth looking into. Perhaps see if there's anybody around you can do it, or go to a spiritualist church. See if somebody can give you some advice, rather than just suffering with it.
Is there any kind of like special psychiatrist they can go and see without thinking like, they going to think that you're mad?
Well, being in, most of the people I communicate with or have any kind of like day-to-day dealings with work-wise, most people within the psychological and psychiatric community consider all of that to be the same as everybody else. They look at it with like, you're a bit of a weirdo, and the first thing that they put it down to is borderline personality disorder, split personality disorder, bipolar. They start throwing all them words out. It's only sort of like fringe psychologists and fringe psychiatrists who might practice the human givens or like parapsychology that will sort of like even remotely look into it. But usually they don't look at it like that, and then they'll look at it as being spiritualism, so almost a religion. So it can become a bit of a minefield. And the thing about parapsychologists is they look into analyzing why you think it happens rather than helping you with how it happens. Does that make any sense? I think you'd be better off going to a spiritualist.
I was going to say parapsychologist actually, but you actually just mentioned it.
Hello, Mags.
If your toys are going off and the switch is turned off, always consider taking the batteries out and see if they get turned on. Because there is a guy on YouTube who's got a spirit who he communicates with quite a lot. He's Becky. His name's Don Phillips, and he's gone through an investigation where toys that are meant to be going off here. Now he's gone upstairs and he's trying to communicate with spirit, and he goes, if there are spirits in here that are causing toys to go off, I ask you to set one off now. And within minutes, one of the toys was going off while he was upstairs, and these toys were in like the living room. So he's gone down, he's recording it, he's turned it off, then he goes out, has a cigarette smoke, and suddenly you hear these toys going off again. So he rings the person who owns the house and goes, do these toys go off quite regularly? She goes, yeah, they're going off all the time, even with the batteries taken out. So Don's gone back in there and he's checked some of the toys, and some of the toys that have gone off had like the batteries in there, or the batteries were dead. So he took the batteries out just to be, just like, anyone would probably, I suppose, in the paranormal world, just try to debunk something. He took the batteries out and he's sitting there, and would you believe the toy he was mucking around with and either had or didn't have batteries in, and I can't remember if they did or didn't, or if we took them out or not, but one particular toy started going off again and it had no batteries in. So I think what's going on now, he has got some kind of or she's got some kind of paranormal activity, maybe poltergeist activity, but we can't prove it's poltergeist. It maybe could be a spirit that has a full load of energy, supercharged energy, that he's able to manipulate the toy to go on and off at command. Because Don was asking them to set the toys off on command. Now, some of them did go off on command, and some of them didn't go off for a little while. It's like, I believe that spirits, when they're using the energy, their energy does kind of deteriorate a little bit, and they got to set back, kind of rest back a little bit before they can do anything else, because they got to recoup that energy, haven't they? But if you check out Don Phillips, he's on YouTube. His case file is up there where we done an investigation in this woman's house, and as I say, the toys were going off on command. Some of them had batteries in, which he took out. Some of them didn't have batteries in. They was completely empty, and they still were going off.
Sorry, try turning my mic back on. That might work a bit better, eh? Talking to myself. Huh?
The Toy Story with Don Phillips, a haunting. I don't know if that's the same one, but I'll check it. So let's have a look.
Right. Well, anyway, you're saying it's just working with the one Jane. She said it's just only one toy they play with, so only one toy that's been affected. Is it an electrical toy? Is it just a physical mechanical toy? What kind of toy is it?
That is the one, Ian. Well done, mate. That's the one.
Because obviously, if it's not an electrical toy, no batteries to take out, is there? Is it just a mechanical car or a teddy, or what? What is the toy? How are you doing, Mags? I thought you were going out tonight.
Hi, Max. I'll put the link on if you'll come in. I noticed that some of the wind-up toys can be kind of debunked. Like you can wind up a car toy or a wind-up clock or something.
Yeah.
And the spring does actually give way after a little while. It kind of sometimes gets wound, and it breaks one of the little connections in the toy or the clock, and that can actually make it stop. But over time, it might actually start unexpanding itself, and then make the clock or the toy suddenly kind of dewind itself. Like Chris, who's got the YouTube channel. I can't think which bloody YouTube channel is now. Not Chris Power was that one. It's the other Chris. What is his name? I think he did a stream the other day. Hold on. He sent me. Was it him who sent me a clock? I can't remember if it was him or not, but someone sent me a clock because they said that they feel that their house is really, really active with that clock, and it's like handed down to someone who died in the family, and since he had it, he felt that he was getting no activity. So he sent it to me, and the day he sent it to me, he states that all activity in his house stopped. Now, I got it, and the clock wasn't working. I tried winding it up, and I couldn't wind it up because it had already been wound up. And it wasn't working. I was just doing. I think I did a little video, live stream video on it, trying to do some research. And as soon as I started doing the research, the clock started going. It just started going. As soon as I started doing the research, it started going, and it continued working for a week. Then after that, it stopped, and I've never got it going again.
Yeah, it's probably just because it's probably it could just be fucked though.
Yeah, but it's kind of unusual. Like, it's like as soon as I started researching the clock, it started going off. Would it have gone
Not
off?
really. Not really. I think that's just that's associative thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, but would it have started going off? Would it start working again if I didn't do any research?
Would it have like been brand new if you'd have scratched your ass? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't hold anything. That doesn't mean anything to me. That why this chaos theory is a big part of human existence as well, but people don't look into that. You got she's in the basement, I think, Max. Oh, because I'm saying she's saying let me in, but the link is out there. If you're not seeing it, Max, the link's already out there.
Yeah, I've already posted it.
Yeah, I saw you do it.
Yeah, here we go. Another time.
Your mods, just keep an eye on when the link goes out, please, just in case there's any nuggets.
Battery toy is a drum, not big. It has a light. That flash. Let me in. No, you can't can win. You can huff it.
You see, what you've also got is some batteries, depending on what they are, older capacitance. Now, a capacitance has what's known as ramp voltage, which will fall off over time and then build back up over time. So some people can think that a battery's run out of charge, or indeed batteries inside a toy have run out of charge. And what they can do is they don't recharge, but they gain back the charge that they haven't dissipated, so they'll start to become active again. And the same thing is you can get, even if you get a little bit of moisture between the contacts, even if it's a toggle switch on any toy and you think it's turned off, then that it'll become a closed circuit again rather than an open circuit, which can mean even though the switch is off, it's ostensibly still turned on because the bridge has been broken by the current can still flow through the circuit. So you got to watch out for that too. Hello, Mags.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you, darling?
I'm okay.
That wasn't convincing, Mags. That wasn't. Are you still suffering? Are you?
I've slept half the day today, to be honest with you.
You must have needed it.
Good afternoon, Max.
Afternoon, Stephen.
I bet you spent most of the day like I did.
I did. Well, I woke up at 10:30, and then I was awake till about 3, and then I went back to sleep till about 6. So
nice. But to be fair, your sleeping pattern's been all over, and you've been unwell, haven't you? You've been poorly. You've been a poorly chicken.
Yeah. I'm still at back end of it with a bit of a sore throat and that, but nothing. Yeah. But you get drained, don't you? And I've got a really bad immune system anyway. So when I get a cold, it's like having flu. It wipes me out for weeks. So when I pick something up, a little bit of something to somebody else is like quite harsh on me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, not good though. Not good.
No, yeah, I did have we have this walker here, and honest to God, it's been in the boot of the car to go to the tip 3 times, and ended up getting took out because we've needed the boot for other things, and then just chucked in the garden, and then brought back in the house because every time Sierra comes around and she sees it, she wants it. So it's been rained on, the batteries are going, and everything else. And then it'll just be sat there, and every so often it goes off, but it's all just bad connections, and the battery going, because like I say, it's been rained on and everything else.
Absolutely.
But you'll be sat there, and all of a sudden it'll start going, ring a roses, or whatever it is it plays. And then you're like, shit, what's that?
Yeah.
It's quite funny, really, when it just starts going off, it'll go, that's a green triangle. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, I love it. It's good though. It's cool.
I saw you'd put your annotations up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course. I mean, I sort of saved it for what was it? How can I forget? I was on it when I went out with Through the Veil, Paranormal. So I wanted it to sort of be a premiere on that. But yeah, I've made it public so people can see your handiwork, Mags.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm not bad at annotating. I'm all right at it.
You know what I mean? It's get it out there, let the peeps see it.
I take a multivitamin and vitamin D because I don't go out. I take a multivitamin with iron and I take vitamin D. I have to because I don't go out, so I'm not getting it when I'm out.
Just going back to the toys for a minute, yeah. I know a lot of people use toys as a trigger object. So when a toy starts moving on command, is that just pure luck that it's working? Or is it a spirit that actually is making it move?
I would say why is spirit in the sentence and not telekinesis or psychokinesis? Why is the alternative to luck or coincidence always spiritual and not something human that we don't fully understand either? How do you know it's not the individual who's looking at it thinking, oh, if that moves it's going to be so cool, man, I've got it recorded and everything, and it's telepathy, even if it's subconscious or unconscious. Telepathy or rather telekinesis, why does that never get mentioned?
It's true. There's so much we don't know, though, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally. Which is cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you read a lot of supernatural books or, books about fairies, I think they always say, wish it into existence. So, maybe our minds do have that feature. It's just a part of the mind that we wouldn't normally use.
But you can't really make a toy move, I don't think, through telekinesis if it's
wait, so but a spirit can. How is it any different?
I know. I'm just saying, like, if it's got batteries in, the toy's got to run through power, hasn't it?
No, you can push it. You can push it along the floor.
Yeah, I know, but
if it's a car, you can push it along the floor. And you said if it moves, is that just luck? So going off that principle, if it's using kinetic energy, then you can interfere with it. And telekinesis or psychokinesis, of course you can. That's how people can make things combust, allegedly.
Bending They're not rubbing spoons.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's another one, bending spoons. Yeah, absolutely, of course you can, because you're manipulating the energies, which is the same energies that we think or theorize that spirits are manipulating. So I don't see how it's any different. Just that they're not physical and we are.
So with telekinesis or telepathically thinking of something moving, that's a possibility. So that time when the golf ball flew across the room, could you turn around and say, all right, well, that could have been telekinesis. I thought of that making it move, fly across the road, and I actually done that myself and not spirit. Is that a possibility?
Well, seeing as how we're dealing with seeing as how we deal with the paranormal, and we all know where this conversation is going to end up going, where that's concerned, and proof, and so on and so forth, and blah blah blah. Then it's like, of course, it's a possibility. Is it an absolute? Is it a certainty? That's a completely different thing. But is it a possibility? Yes. But a possibility, a likelihood, and a certainty are all totally different things. But as a possibility, it's possible.
All things are possible, not everything's plausible.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
I know the mind can do certain things that we don't understand because, even the science ain't got into the depths of the brain yet, have they? Still working on examining the brain and doing weird things to the brain. I'll keep getting stuff worse today. I don't know why, but I'll keep getting stuff.
Yeah, psychology is a junior medicine in the grand scheme of all the medical professions. Yeah.
I mean, we sort of hit on this kind of thing the other day, and I can't remember whether it were in your stream or Steve's stream, when we were talking about traumatic brain injuries and the things that can occur when somebody has to, when the electrical waves have been rewired in a brain because of a traumatic brain injury, and they wake up speaking foreign languages that they've never known and things like this. So if our brains can do that, what else can they do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think I've got a weak brain, actually, so, I don't think I can make things move. I have a problem, trying to think with things. I think, I don't know, it's because of the old age, your brain kind of shrinks and you're not able to use the brain power as much.
I know, but that's mistaking like cognition and cognitive thinking to sort of like will, which is a different thing.
Yeah, intent's different than that, isn't it? It's like, but you might even be consciously willing it to happen, but that doesn't mean your subconscious hasn't got its own subplot going on.
It's true, Steve. You can't sulk.
No, I'm not sulking. I'm thinking.
No, you're not. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Then again, it could be a ghost.
then again, it could be a ghost. Yeah, it could be that old. It could be the old woman in your kitchen, Steve.
I just can't find it hard to think about things sometimes, you know.
Do you know,
I'll try to understand things.
If they start legging things around in my house, I'm putting them to work. They could start making brews and washing pots.
Yeah,
I wish mine would do that. I've sometimes said, right, you want to be here, rent free, you start doing stuff for me. How about one night or one morning I wake up and the house is like really tidy and not a mess like it is, you know. Come on, do something, you know. Get your fingers out your spiritual asses and help to try this place up. But no, they don't. Fucking lazy. How do you see that? Like, there's stories going out there, right? Believable or not, where no, I won't go on to that one. I'll go on to that one probably another night. But what makes it that where people say that they have activity, right? And that it's usually mostly at night time, which I've seen on programs, documentaries, you know, haunting or whatever, that people get disturbed by sounds of the houses, like being trashed, like cut plates being thrown against the wall, cupboard doors opening and shutting, really loud, banging. But when they go and investigate, there's nothing there.
Can I just jump in quickly, Max, or do you want to go first on this?
I only went, it was a thinking sound.
All right, okay. I weren't sure. I didn't want to be speaking over the top of you, that's all. I think it's because there's like 10 legions from the depths of hell that are coming forth, spewed from Satan's jockstrap to bug little Miss Smith, who's 86 from Derby, who hasn't done anything wrong apart from wear a purple rinse and go to bingo. Or it's noises imprinted on the atmosphere that are sort of like played back almost as like environmental passive transient echoes that we're hearing in real time. Or is it down to spiritual activity? I mean,
or is it a combination?
Or yeah, indeed. Or is it a combination of all the above? Yeah. Is it the demons that are unhappy with Mrs. Smith's blue rinse? We don't know, Steve.
And we don't know how bad Mrs. Smith's been in her younger years, so it could well be.
She could have been a bit of a tearaway, Steve.
I have a theory on this, though, Steve. I do actually have a theory on this because it happens in my house, and I've spoke to you about this before, Dave, haven't I? It's when I've said guys like the rearranging my furniture in the next room, and when I get up and go in, there's nothing moved. Yeah. I wonder if instead of it being an atmospheric noise that we're hearing, if it's something that's put into our brains or ourself. And that's what we're actually hearing. It's not actually, I'm not saying that there isn't disembodied voices or sounds, of course there is. But in some aspects, I'm wondering if it's actually transmitted into us, into our brains. And that's what we're actually hearing instead of hearing it, out loud, we're actually hearing it in our heads, assuming it's out loud.
Yeah, like it's projected into our consciousness.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do look at it as a consciousness anyway. So, if you're looking at a spirit as like an energy of consciousness, I mean, that's quite, again, it's probable,
Would you say that's the same kind of thing, though, when like people say that they put something down, something goes missing, and then like an hour later or a couple of days later, the thing that's gone missing is suddenly back in the same place where it originated, where we actually put it? Is that just due to like us forgetting where we put it, and we could have like moved it somewhere else without actually remembering that we moved it.
I think
Or
it's a healthy mix of all of the above, Steve, personally. I think it's a healthy mix of that. Is a lot of it down to transmutation? Probably not, really. Probably not. Is it, is it down to forgetfulness and stuff? And I'm sure I went in. How many times have you gone into the bathroom and thought, what the hell have I come in here for? I'll have a piss while I'm in here, but you actually meant to go into the kitchen to scrape out the cat's ass. It's easily done, and we all can do it. So I think a big chunk of it's that.
I do have a good example of this, though. When I first moved into this house and the spirit, activity, it was about 4 weeks after I'd moved in, and I couldn't find my car keys. And I searched the house high and low. Now, bear in mind, it was mint because I'd just moved in. Do you know what I mean? There was I hadn't built up the accumulation of crap that you collect over the years. You know what I mean? I mean, so I was searching around and I couldn't find them. And I was saying to kids, "Have you seen my bloody car keys?" No. And I had a spare key for my car, but these keys had the house keys on it. And like the front, back door, patio doors, it had the window key on it. It was like had all the keys. It had my mum's key on it. It had my brother's key on it because I had house keys for their houses as well.
A bit like my kitchen.
Yeah, it was like that. And I was like, but it was a remote central locking, 100 and odd quid to replace at the time, and we're going back like 18 years or something. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake! So I searched, couldn't find it. Just had to use my spare key for the car. It wasn't a remote central locking one because it was the one that you key it off. So I used that. Got a new set of keys cut. Got new keys cut for the house. Got new keys, a new key from my brother and my mum, and blah blah blah. Got recuts and everything. A week later, I opened my fridge, and my keys were in my fridge.
Mint.
A week later, Dave.
That's epic.
I'll tell you one. I lost my wallet one time, and I needed it because I had my bus pass in, I had my credit card and money to go shopping. I couldn't find it anywhere, and I knew I always leave my wallet in this room. Now I know the room's a bit of a mess, but I always usually have it over this side near to the door where my little kind of saw thing is. Where I was doing woodworking, is always over in that direction. I pulled this room back to front. I even pulled the bed out, looked down the side of the bed, couldn't find it anywhere. And I really needed it because I had to go out the next day, and I thought, I really need to find the fucking wallet. I did go in the living room to see if it was in there because at the time, the house was a bit more cleaner and tidy. I didn't have so much junk. And I looked in the kitchen, I looked in the bathroom, couldn't find it anywhere. So I thought, well, I'm going to have to report my card missing. I'm going to have to try to find a way of getting the money to get a new key because I had my spare key in there as well from my front door, which kind of strange because I never usually put my key in the wallet, but for some reason I put it in there because I didn't want to take the bunch of keys with me. I just wanted to take the main front door and the door key downstairs. So I had the two keys in there, and I thought I'm going to have to get them replaced because I always need spare keys. And I thought, well, I'll have to get my bus pass renewed. That means getting a new Oyster card and putting money on there again because I know my Oyster card had at least £20 on it. So that meant.
Sorry, what's this all about again? You've sort of gone off a tangent, and I've totally forgot what you're talking about.
My lost wallet.
Okay, well, go on. What about your lost wallet? You've sort of gone on about having to order new things and stuff. Go on.
Well, anyway, I couldn't find it. I searched the whole place, couldn't find it. So I thought maybe the spirits might have hid it, or maybe the spirits can try it and tell me where it was. Mm-hmm. Now, again, I looked all down the side of the bed. I lifted the bed up, everything, So I got the Ouija board out, and I went, right, if there's anyone here, Tina, Abby, Dougie, my dad, whoever. Can you tell me where my wallet is, please? Because I need it. And they said, side of bed. I said, no, it ain't. I've looked. They said, look again. I said, why should I look again when I've looked there twice already? Look again. Pulled the bed out and the wallet was there.
Yeah, crazy. Well, you imagine how many times I open the fridge door and
how can I not find it the first 2 times, but the third time it's there? And I even pulled all the sheets out as well. So
I'll
do you
answer
think
that for you if you want, Jane? Sort of. Recently, things have been happening in here. The only other time apart from this is well, it's a personal kind of experience, and I don't really know how to quantify it in my head, but I'll tell people. Just had a weird, uneasy feeling for a few days, and got up to go to the loo, and walked out of my bedroom, and obviously across the landing into the bathroom. And as a typical guy, I've left all the doors open, and obviously I'm having a pee, and don't know what made me do it, but I glanced over to my right, back into the bedroom, and you can see through both doors straight into the bedroom. And if you imagine sort of like the opposite of a negative kind of thing, there was what looked like a full body apparition, around about 6 foot tallish, and I could see all the outline, face, everything, but it looked like it was almost made out of mist or steam. It was weird. It was there really, really quickly, and it was like as I turned, it went into the wall, just like disappeared into the wall. But I saw it fleetingly for a second, and got like a sense of total calm. And then later that night, my mum told me and my uncle had passed away. So that made me feel a bit weird. The other thing is, recently, things have started moving around in the house. A glass slid across the tabletop. So my eldest son was in the kitchen at the time. He was with me at the time. So he looked directly at it because he saw it move out of the corner of his eye, and then right in front of his face, it moved again about 3 or 4 inches, slid across the counter. Now he knows that I'm a paranormal investigator. He's been on investigations with me, and the first thing he did was pick it up to see if the base of it was wet, to see if it was like aquaplaning or whatever. Check the work surface and all that lot, but it was dry. A few days after that, a loaf of bread on end slid across the counter, sort of almost jumped into the air and then fell on the floor. And then I've got some keys hanging up in my bedroom, and I saw them out the corner of my eye after I'd done a spirit box session on air. I saw as it was happening, but I didn't mention it live. I don't know why I didn't, and they started swinging, and I thought draft coming from the window, and the windows were shut, and I checked because I've got a laser thermometer and various other things. I've got an SAV sensor to test for drafts, and there were no drafts coming in. And I watched it, and it was swinging for about 20 minutes and didn't seem to lose momentum until something caught my attention on the computer screen. I looked at it, looked back again at the keys to expect them swinging, and they're just dead straight, dead still, like they haven't been swinging at all. So that's really the only type of stuff that's happened here.
Do you think that you'll actually try and do some, or not so much research, but do you think you'll probably try and do some paranormal investigation inside your house, like, recording, like I do with my DVR, to share with the public, or do you think you just want to keep that, to your own personal experiences and keep it quiet? That's why I do it here, to share my experiences.
I have a similar mindset to Mags on that regarding if there's stuff going on, I don't really want to add to anything. But I was on a stream, and maybe a couple of the people that are here, and I'm not. You may have been on it as well, Mags. Somebody come in that I'd never spoke to ever before, and didn't even introduce themselves, and just directed a question straight at me, saying, "Are things going on at your house? Are you having things moving in your house?" And I was like, what the fuck? Who's this? And even on the stream, when I play it back, you hear me go quiet, as if to say, "What the fuck? How do you know that?" You know what I mean? And she comes in on all the streams now. She's been really supportive recently in that. And it was like, yeah, it has actually. But how did you know that? And she started to give me information and all the rest of it. And I'd done spirit displacements and cleansing, or what people would call cleansing and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know. Like I sort of got the same kind of mantra as Mags on this regarding doing stuff in my own house. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just don't. I get enough activity. I don't want to give them any excuse to give me any more. You know, it's. Can I ask you a question, Dave?
Mhm.
Do you think this activity is from your uncle, or do you think? I know you've been poorly and things like that, and sometimes we get activity when we notice activity maybe when we're not feeling ourselves or we're not feeling great or things like that. Do you think it could be that or an accumulation of both? You know, you're a bit stressy because of what's going on with your health, you know, and plus your uncle.
Or so can I quickly say like anxiety, depression as well?
I don't really have depression, Steve. It's not. You know, I'm fairly happy-go-lucky kind of guy. I've got like, you know, I want the scans out of the way and all that lot, and get the all clear and get on with my life. But otherwise, I'm okay. I've got a lot of people surround me who support me. I'm doing okay, you know. But is it my uncle? I would be sort of like almost inclined to think. I'm not saying it is, but what I saw in the bedroom, maybe. The rest of it, I don't think it's anything to do with that. I think I've had numerous spiritualists that have told me over the past couple of weeks now that this is something that's come in with me, you know. And again, I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. That I've brought something in to the house. It's happened. It's sort of happened before, almost like an attachment kind of thing, if you like. I sort of felt it, but the first thing I'd done was take actions to get rid of it before I come home. I'm aware that I haven't been closing my spirit box sessions properly recently when I've been doing live streams. I've just been doing them and then closing it and yapping away and all that. But more than one person who haven't spoke to one another as far as I'm aware, can't speak, I've said the same thing and described it as the same, like a young man in his 20s, and given pretty much the same description. And it's weird, you know, been contacted on Facebook about it, and this person doesn't follow me on YouTube, and it's been a bit weird. I don't really know what to make of it, if I'm honest. I didn't expect to get asked that, if I'm honest, Jane, so it sort of threw me a bit.
All right, Jamie, how's it going, mate? Welcome to the hangout.
Hi, Jamie.
Hello, guys. Hi, how you all doing?
Hey, darling.
I do feel that sometimes, like when you go out an investigation, you know, you do tend to attract spirits, and they can follow you home. Like I've heard stories. I've even done it myself. Even Aaron, at one time, we was down in Dartford in Kent, and we was doing a cemetery down there. And you know, I always do a closing prayer, asking spirits to stay where they belong. I know it's like, you know, saying, you know, you've got to stay in your own grave, you know, in your old graveyard. You're not allowed to follow us back. I've done a prayer, and that night, I think it was that night on the night after, Aaron got back to me saying, I don't feel well. I feel that a presence following me home, and I just keep feeling sick. And I know that they're staying here. So I said to him, well, what you want to do is, you know, pray, tell the spirit that he's not welcome here, or welcome now, I should say. And, you know, just do some prayers, and you've got blessed water and salt what I've given you. You know, do a little house cleansing, and I told him how to do that. And next morning he told me that everything seemed to be okay. He doesn't feel like it was there anymore. But I do feel that sometimes, even when you do close a spiritual session down, it don't always work.
Let me tell you something, right, Steve, and I don't want to be arguing it and all that, but like, I've been to some fairly ropey places, me, over the years, brother. Seriously. Some like fairly dodgy, twisted mojo kind of places where if you would, I know it's a weird terminology, but if you imagined any places where like all the shit that people imagine the paranormal could be like really intense, I've been there, me, man, you know, and I'm normally on top of this. And there isn't any excuse for it. I don't know what's gone on with it. It's just like, I don't know whether I'm losing my way. And Mag said something a minute ago, which I'm also not going to rule out. And it's while I don't think I'm responsible for what's going on per se, and I don't know what I'm trying to say really, but I think I could be adding to it with where I'm at as well. Do you know what I mean? Currently, I could be amplifying it maybe. I don't know, but there's something's going on.
Plus, you're doing more paranormal now, Dave. you had a break and you've come back and you've been doing more paranormal. So maybe that's left a few open gaps.
Yeah,
Where
true.
you might have been able to get in.
That's true enough, that, Max. Yeah, true.
And don't get a lot of people feel like they're some kind of like magnet, and you're actually drawing in the energies in. You know, they know who you are. They've heard, like, when I've done Ouija boards, you know, and I've spoken to Abby, she goes, spirits know who you are. You know, you're spoken about quite a lot in the spirit world. That's why you get more spirit people coming to you, because you're more closer to them, you know. I didn't understand why I was communicating with people in America. And they said, like, because, you know, spirits feel more comfortable with certain people, which I didn't still understand. So I'm thinking, well, why am I talking to spirits in America? You know, like when I was doing the military ghost boxes and stuff like that, you know, a lot of Americans were coming over through the ghost box and Ouija boards. Why? Maybe because it was the topic and they just wanted to be remembered. I don't know.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry to interrupt, but just bear with me, guys, because again, I don't want to be like arguing the doodah. Yes, true, Jane. Yeah, that's true. Like, well spotted. Yeah, that is a good point. You raised a good point. When you say military radios, do you mean about military surplus radios you was using?
No, I used just normal ghost box and
right.
Spirits, you know, like military spirits, Army, Navy, you know, Air Force, those coming through and talking to me, and a lot of them were American. Now, I know we had Americans based in the UK, but they was telling me exactly like where they was based, what kind of war they was in, where they fought, where they died. And I'm thinking, well, why are they telling me this? I know I was into, like, you know, doing the military and stuff like that, but I was getting more Americans than British. And I felt like at the time when I was doing it, I was kind of drawing them in like a magnet. So maybe you're drawing them in as a magnet.
Well, that's a side of it I've not really accepted or gone along with, because I do the science side of it. I try to do analytical thinking and all that lot. I was raised in a well, you know, my mum practiced certain things. My grandmother did on my mother's side. It's sort of like I'm born into certain teachings and all that kind of stuff, and you know, but that's an irrelevance to me. It's you have to sort of balance out what goes on with explaining any of it away as being prosaic, because it could be easy for me just to jump onto like a nurture kind of upbringing kind of hobby horse, like Mags could as well if she wanted to, and just start, you know, well, I can explain it all the way because it's God and it's this and it's all that, like, because she had a Catholic upbringing. Do you know what I mean? But I still try to distance myself from that. So my first kind of thing is, you know, if they are, I'm more likely to think that, you see, people keep saying that to me, and I've seen things, and I do see things, but I can't prove things, so it becomes a moot point to me. And I like to think that the reason that there's attention isn't because of any kind of special, because I just don't want to accept that. It doesn't fit well within the parameters what the paranormal are to me. I would rather think that they're coming to me because I'm trying to ask questions and lots of other people in the world aren't. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same agreement. I think when you were saying before about you hadn't been closing down your sessions properly, well, I'm a bit of a stickler for that. I open and I close. Even when I did that manual tune the other week, in my head I closed the session. Even while I was live, my radio was going off and I was closing the session in my head, you know? So, and I didn't, I have always done it, but, it must be 18 months ago now, a bit more. I become very complacent in closing my session, shall I say. You know, very matter of fact, throwaway kind of comments. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you know that Peter who comes through and likes to follow me. That's when he started coming through. When I started becoming very blasé about closing my sessions down, and I think he found an opening. You know, and totally my fault because you know I had become blasé about it, and I did speak about it on a stream. And I think when you do a lot of spirit box sessions, you know, you do tend to sometimes become very blasé about it and just you say the words, but your intent's not behind them anymore. And to me, that's everything. I'm not religious, so intent's a powerful weapon for me, whereas other people might use religion. It's still an intent for them, you know, but it's a religious intent. But I use like my will, my intent. And I was just throwing away the comments at the end, like, right, thank you very much for joining us. You need to step back, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And I think that's what happened. And he started coming through.
In response to that, not you, Max, because I know exactly what you're saying. With what were going on the other week when you were doing a session and what we could hear over the microphone and things me and you have spoke about and sessions I've even done when you've been on the channel, and believe me, I know what you mean. But in response to what's in the chat there, like I said, they've been contacted by people again about that, and you know, I don't want to be going about plugging them because it's Steve's channel, obviously, but this sort of inferring or sort of alluding to that kind of fact. I've seen dark shapes out the corner of my eyes, just fleetingly. I've seen this in past loads of other like locations. I'm not alien to any of this. It's not anything that's new to me because I've seen it many times over the years. But it's different when it's happening where you live. It becomes a totally different thing, especially if you're not used to it where you live. If there's activity at your house and that's something you become accustomed to, and you sort of accept it at whatever kind of level, then fair enough. But I'm not. It doesn't go on here, so it's sort of like a little bit of hang on. I don't feel comfortable this sort of going on in my comfort zone, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to mute my mic because Rob came upstairs. He said, I'm looking for that pen. I went, what pen? He said, that you had yesterday. I said, why? He went, I have to draw a wooden trough. And I just went, oh, okay. I have no clue what he feels I need to draw a wooden trough for, but yeah, all power to his elbow in his drawing.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what you mean.
It was just very random. I was like, oh, okay. Welcome to my life.
There you go.
Did he ever tell you about the a couple of years ago now, the creepy things that were crawling across my floor?
You did? Yeah, you did.
I've still no idea what they were.
They bugs or spiders or
no.
No. Jeremy?
So what was you saying?
Oh, I thought you said something.
He said, were they bugs, were they spiders?
No, they were little figures, about 18-inch, 2 foot tall. They were kind of black, like jelly babies. You know, they were a solid black. They had arms, they had legs, but they were very. I say jelly babies because they was kind of round and plump, you know. And I seen them peeking around the door. There were a group of them. I'd probably say 8. And I kept seeing these little heads popping around my door when I was in bed one night. And then for some reason, they didn't walk. They crawled. And they started like crawling, but it was like a slow crawl. And I'm watching them crawl across my floor. And I'm freaking out a bit, as you can imagine. And I'm thinking, wow.
That sounds spooky.
Well, it was a new one. I have a lot of in my house. This was a new one. And I'm like, whoa. And I'm looking over the side of the bed. I'm moving and I'm looking over the side of the bed so I could keep them in view. And they got right to the side of the bed before I actually got my voice to work. And I went, listen, don't know who you are, don't know where you come from, but no, just no, you are not allowed to do this here. You know, we have rules in our house and this isn't one of them. I went, you've got to go and you've got to go now. And they dissipated. Literally, that's the only way I can explain it. They didn't turn around, scurry away. They literally dissipated in front of my eyes and went. Come back 2 or 3 times, but I sent them away every time, and I've not heard anything for like, 20 months or something. Really strange. I still have no clue what they were. I mean, I did talk to somebody who was into Wicca and fairies and that side of things, and they said it sounds like gnome activity because apparently gnomes come in Honestly, apparently gnomes come in groups of like 8 to 10, and that's how they supposedly appear to people. But I'm like, right, okay. But it's like strangest thing I've ever seen. That
Darway.
Not saying it with gnomes, like.
No, but they're known as Darway, aren't they? The like sort of like black things that you see are Darway, Dwarve, dwarves, gnomes. Yeah, it's the I've known people that have seen that and experienced that as well.
Yeah, it was a strange one. I mean, they didn't do any harm. They weren't like scurrying around like spiders on my floor, because that would have been a lot more creepy, to be honest with you. It was very slow in the progression across the floor. It was strange. It was weird. I was scared because it was something different. You know, something that I hadn't seen before, I hadn't experienced before. Again, I've become quite used to what I see in my house, you know. So that being different did scare me a little bit. And I'm not easily scared. I mean, I see full-bodied apparitions in my house, but that was different, you know.
Yeah. Well, I've got a question on mirrors, right? Right, mirrors. People tend to use mirrors because they think they are used for portals, to open up a portal to the afterlife and to allow spirits to come through. But why also do we see spirit in energy? Well, not so much the spirit energy, but it's more like spirit faces in mirrors.
Jamie, go on.
Sorry, what was that again? Sorry, I was miles away. Sorry.
Some people say that mirrors are portals. So is it because of that? Do they pass spirit energy, or do we see spirits in them, and why do we see spirits in them? That kind of thing. What's your thoughts on it? Basically, is the broad outline of his 26-sentence question.
I'm sorry, that's why I asked my questions.
It's just a joke, Steve. I'm only messing.
Thorough,
yeah, thorough, in depth. Go on, Jamie.
Mirrors. I don't know what to say actually. About that. Probably they have. Probably that they can show more than that. They have like that they have like something in them that shows what we can't see. Yeah. I'm not sure how to explain it, but
you're doing all right, brother. It's good. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's a lot of big ones, isn't there, where they've just been seen in mirrors, but not actual. So you get all sorts of light refractions, light reflections, and pareidolia. You've also got any kind of imperfections that are on the backing of the mirror itself, the silvering, that can cause like light to fire off in all sorts of directions. Again, all this lot never even like covered by paranormal investigators. You get patina in. It's known as patina, which is you find on like metallic surfaces. It's different metallic surfaces have different levels of it, like whether it's brass or whatever. But there's lots of different reasons why light might be refracted in different ways, and why we might perceive things in a mirrored surface, as in water, in windows, so on and so forth. So there's loads of reasons why we could see it. But if you look at 30 East Drive, a lot of the images that they've captured have been on the stairs of the I'm going to do something about this. People might have seen it in my about to go live list, and that's been up there for 5 days, and I still haven't done it. Because I got asked about this from somebody in the States. Because did you see that documentary? And I'm like, I live over here. I'm well aware of what goes on at 30 East Drive. Thanks very much, but yeah, okay, I'll do a video, and I didn't. But a lot of what gets seen is at the bottom of the stairs. And at the bottom of the stairs is a mirror. There is a mirror at the bottom of the stairs. And, one of the photographs that they put forward has been, oh, there you go, that's a perfect outline of him. It's captured in what? It's captured in a mirror, you know what I mean? And
it's an old
another mirror. Yeah, it is an old mirror. It is an old mirror, and in the there's a mirror in the. It's years since I was there, but I've done 30 East Drive. I didn't think it was anything that great personally. But isn't there a mirror in the front room as well, Max?
I think there is over the fireplace.
Yeah, over the fireplace. Yeah. So I don't know, Steve. I have different thoughts on mirrors. I don't know about Max.
I kind of think I'm not big on the whole portal thing. I think, to be honest with you, but I think a lot of it comes from paganism and Wicca, from the old practices where they used to scry in water, a reflective surface. I think these are just things that have come forward in time, and it's more, as people have believed less in paganism and Wiccan practices. I think where the more modern era is taken forward, I think it's gone from the water to the mirror, and I think that's kind of what's happened. Now, you'd have to believe in the old pagan methods of scrying to believe that the mirrors are that as well. So, but I think that's where it's come from more than anything, to be honest with you. And they do say, or use a black mirror, which is a black back surface instead of
for scrying, you mean? For scrying.
Yeah, scrying. But I do think I think it's all kind of mixed up, and it's kind of like with when cameras first came in, and I said this the other day, they used to think that it stole your soul, when they took a picture of you because it was your image, that kind of thing. And I think things have all got mixed up over the, centuries, and now all of a sudden a mirror's a portal.
Yeah, I sort of see that myself, and you've also got the fact that in certain religions, especially when we were over there during the Crusades, and even before even the Roman occupation, anything that's like in the image of man is an insult to God or an aberration of the image of man in the eyes of God. Hence, even some now photographs are frowned upon. Christmas cards or cards with people's faces on them. Well, not Christmas cards, but cards or photos are totally frowned upon. So it was looked at being evil for that he was looking at a replication of what God had created without his permission, that he was acting like a god or a deity in your own right by doing so.
False idol kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. That, and the mythos has carried on over the years, as well as, like Mag says, the Wiccan side of it and the paganism and everything surrounding the occult and different dimensions and traveling through to different bringing corporeal beings through mirrors like demons and so on and so forth. So a lot of it's based in that, I think. So I'm agreeing with you, really, Mags.
Sorry, Steve. We didn't really give you a yes and no's there, did we?
No, it was all long. It's like, if you're going to ask us a 26-line question, we're going to give it you back as an answer, baby.
Well, I was also going to include, which Max just mentioned, the Skyrim mirrors. Why do people use Skyrim mirrors? Why not just use a normal mirror? But I have actually got Skyrim mirror. Originally, I bought one off eBay. And I researched on how to make them, and I made several myself. I've got one up on the wall there. I've got one over there somewhere. I've got another one in the living room. It's easy. All you need is a photo frame. Get some black paint, spray the back, let it dry off. There's your Skyrim mirror.
Yeah, well, the reason for that is because of the way that it relaxes the muscles in your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people say that they get more through a Skyrim mirror than they do with a normal mirror. I don't know if that's true or not, but I see more images in the mirror, that big mirror I've got in the living room. I see more in there than when I use a normal Skyrim mirror.
Yeah, and it's different for different people. My mum can see more in runes and in reading bones, weirdly. I don't want to go on too much about my mum, if I'm honest, on social media, but she sees more in that and my nan was really good at tea leaves and stuff like that. But it didn't mean there was any pardon? Well,
tea leaves,
Irish.
I've not done it for years. My nan used to do tea leaves. I've not seen it for years being done.
Well, the Kilkenny and yeah, so Dundalk. Like I said, it's in my blood as well, Mags. But they would still get results, or what people would attain or perceive as being results. But it's the same kind of thing, divination and scrying. Some people use smoke, water.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, like, going back to what Dave said about the black does relax your eyes more. And if you're staring at something for such a long time, your eyes do play tricks with you, because your muscles start to go and you start to pick things up that you think's there, or you perceive's there, because it's all to do with the muscles around your eyes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a common thing. It's another kind of kinesis called autokinesis. It's the same as if you stare at a star in the sky which is blinking for too long, because you're trying so much to focus in on it. You strain the muscles in your eye and it looks like it moves from side to side. It's commonly well known. It's happened to astronomers a lot. You try it yourself, it will appear that it's moving even though you're fixed on a focal point, a single focal point. And it's because your muscles start to like weaken in your eyes. You do it. You have rods and cones in your eyes that dictate how much light comes in under certain light conditions. And it's the same with looking at a black mirror. You're staring into a black area, so your muscles relax in your eyes. So things start to go out of focus. Things become wavy. You start to see mists in your own eyes, which then pareidolia kicks in. So there's all sorts of things why you see things in black mirrors and black surfaces. Are you listening?
What are you drawing, Steve? Show us. Show the class.
Yeah, what are you writing?
Show the class what you're drawing.
I just visualised another spirit person, would you believe? A guy called Rob, 47 years old.
Yeah, that's not a spirit person. That's my other half, Rob, who's 47
Pretty
years
good,
old.
that, Steve.
Really? Is Rob 47?
Yeah.
Well,
And he looks like that really.
well, there's more than one
Steve,
Rob, like
Steve, you
Yeah.
needed to listen to what Max just said.
Yes, like, well, we was all talking over each other, so as I said,
That's not a spirit person. That's my other half.
yeah, but he don't look like that, does he?
Yeah. Hang on.
That's
see if
the
I can
bit.
find a picture.
That's the bit that I was telling you to listen to when you were talking over, because she just said he even looks a bit like that.
Well, the thing is, everyone says that we've got a double ganger anyway, so it could be someone that looks and resemble as.
It could just be somebody in that image.
I've got a gangbanger.
I need to try and find a picture. I'm just got to go and find pictures on Facebook now.
I just hope I don't have the ability of seeing someone like, who's alive, who's going to not long be in this spirit
Somebody
world.
might want me to know that somebody might want me to know, they've come through you to use a drawing and saying it's Rob 47 and he is 47, and they might want me to know that somebody's there, who's associated with Rob.
Could be.
It could just be that easy.
See, all my drawings are classed as like spirit people, but maybe they're trying to get me to draw a living person to relay a message to a living person who resembles it. I don't know.
Right, and God, I'm just going to download this picture.
Absolutely nobody paid attention to me gangbanging statement. I'm going to sulk over that.
Double
Yeah.
ganger.
We're having a gangbang. We're having a ball.
And more than one ball if you're having a gangbang.
They all, there's rumours that you've always got an identical person.
No, I actually think, Steve, it's because somebody wants me to know that they're there. To be honest, related to Rob. Right, yeah.
No, I have drawn people, living people. Like I drew a picture of Rose, and she was kind of made that because it did resemble her. I drew one of Lindsay, and that was pretty good.
Steve,
and
Steve, have you, there you go. Yep, cool. Thank you. Oh, I don't know, Steve.
The hair.
I don't know. It kind of looks like. I don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
I think it does a bit.
Yes, look at the hair. His ears stick out.
It does a bit.
Look at the hair.
Has he ever had a moustache and a little bit of a beard down here underneath the lip?
He's
no,
never
but Mags has.
Like a pirate's beard or anything. He's had you can see on there he's got a bit of he likes to let it grow a bit. If you can see across his top lip. Doesn't do full tashes he just likes a bit of stubble.
Can I just compliment you on your dress sense, as well as the fact that that's a nice, typically Northern English street there, Mags.
Yeah, I was
The
going to
church,
say.
the
Say
church
again,
that I'm
Jamie.
next to was
Yeah,
the
okay.
church that I was baptised in, confirmed in, made my first Holy Communion in. It's called St. Joseph's, this church. And
Go on, Jamie, spit it out, brother.
Yeah, I was just saying, like that street been on any TV shows before? Because it looks recognisable.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
Jim, I didn't hear that.
Has that street been on any TV shows or anything? Because it looks recognisable.
Oh, right. I think you're on about Lovett Road, aren't you?
No, I don't think it resembles him, to be honest.
Can you remember the TV show Lovett Road? It was on.
I don't remember. I don't remember that, if I'm honest now.
It was on BBC in the late 80s, early 90s.
Love it.
Sorry,
Road.
chicken. Can't say I remember that.
No, can't remember.
Well, it looked like that. It looks like that. Well, it's Northern England, like Dave said.
It also kind of reminds you
It's
of the streets
wonderful.
where they filmed by open all hours.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Yes, a bit.
And still open all hours, the sequel series as well.
Mm.
Yeah, there you go, Northern Terrace Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I love Johnny Barker, weren't it? Yeah.
Johnny Barker, David
Aye.
Jason. Go,
Yes.
Granville, for fetch your cloth.
I thought it was great. Look at Steve. Look at Steve.
Yeah. I
think he's drawn me other half, to be honest with you, Steve. I do think he's drawn me other half. I feel like he has.
Can you transmit?
I'll be honest with you. It might look a little bit like him, but it's not a splitting image of him because my
Hasn't got to be though.
anyway. And
No,
like,
it doesn't
I
have to
don't
be.
draw a proper profile picture of anyone. To be honest with you, I'll just do
Right.
what I do.
Yeah, that's cool. So, reach your powers through the computer screen and draw a representation of my nutbag.
No, thank you.
Come on, Steve. What's the matter? Don't be shy. You're in amongst friends.
No, I need my paper, my spiritual. It's not for your nut bag. Thank you very much.
You say that like it doesn't look like that, but all you got to do is look at police e-fits. When you look at police e-fits of so-called criminals, they all look like fucking Jimmy Greaves or like Bruce Forsyth. They never look like the actual person, do they?
No.
Every single one of them have got a 12-inch chin.
A nose. Roman noses.
Yeah, Roman noses. Put yourself down too much.
I remember watching one of the documentaries the other day. I think it's the where that girl went missing. That who's that one who went missing in Spain? That little.
Oh, you're about Madeleine McCann?
Did you see the first profile, the picture profile they put out on that?
Yeah, look like you.
Oh, thank you much. It's just
Thank
like
you.
it's just a face with no eyes, no mouth.
I know, yeah. Of the guy in the hoodie carrying her away.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, that one, isn't it?
Now, how can anyone go on a profile picture with no eyes, nose, mouth, no facial, just apart from a round head?
Sounds a bit odd.
It does sound a bit odd. I don't know. Maybe because they're saying somebody saw somebody, but they have no idea what they look like. So it definitely wasn't responsibility of the mum and dad because it was a different person who had no face. It's like, oh, well, that's massively convenient, isn't it? You know?
Gets me mad, Madeleine McCann case. It really pushes me buttons.
Oh, yeah, it winds me up, to be fair.
Yeah.
I know I watched quite a bit of it, but I never got to watch or find out if they ever did find her body or not.
No.
No.
Did they?
No.
I don't think they did.
I know there was many sightings throughout the world that, I know they went to, I think it might have been Afghanistan or something. Now, they have a lot of children with blonde hair. And, they went on wild goose chase thinking where they had a report of Madeline possibly being there. It wasn't her. Completely
Afghanistan?
different.
What, did she sign up to be in the Taliban? Or what's going on there? Are you being serious? Did she all of a sudden become part of the 10th Mechanized Infantry Division from the United States Army or something? What? I don't get it. How come they went looking for her there? Did you think she'd been sold, like child trafficking to Afghanistan or something?
Yeah. But it was an original woman's child.
I don't know,
Oh,
when
right, okay.
Rob worked at Middle East, he kept trying to sell me to bloody natives. He said, I'd get 30,000 in a camel for you. I said, what are you going to do with your camel?
Yeah. What? Yeah. What is it like? Oops. Am I still on?
Pardon?
Okay, yes, so it is still working. Sorry, my mic went weird then for a second. We're going to say, yeah, what was he intending to use it as a substitute for?
I know. Listen, it might have 2 humps on back, but it's still not cutting it.
Well, there you go. I mean, it's like we're being a blondie as well. Like you'd have been, you'd have been proper hard currency over there.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. He said they loved you. I was like, yeah, well, they can love me from a distance, like Preston.
Yeah, there you go. So what you thinking, Steve? Like, I mean, that German guy's been arrested for it, hasn't he? Or he's been questioned for it while he's in German, like Nick, that he was in that area, known sex offender. He'd killed an American tourist, I believe, an older woman. He'd murdered an American tourist, and somebody had bubbled him anyway, and he's been questioned in the German Nick. I forget his name, but he's like a suspect right at the minute still, I believe.
No disrespect, though, right? If that was Shaz, single mother from, I don't know, Leeds, took her 5 kids on holiday to Benidorm and decided to leave them in an apartment while she went for a drink, she'd have been arrested as soon as she stepped foot on English soil.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what pissed me off about the case.
So a lot of people reckon that her and her husband murdered the child themselves, didn't they, and got rid of the body.
Well, that's the whole thing.
There's a lot of witnesses saying that, no, they were there drinking at the bar or at the table that night. But what I did not get, her friend walked down to check the kids and saw someone walking the street with a kid, and she forgot all about it. Fuck me, man. If I saw someone on that street with a kid, I'd be walking up to the guy and say, excuse me, what are you walking around the street for with a kid at this time of night?
Well, are you referring to the wife of the other doctor that was in eating with him? Because there was a doctor friend that was out with him. You're on about, I forget her name now, but the wife of that other doctor.
Yeah.
Well, what you got to look at is numerous people saw James Bulger being took away by Venables and Thompson. Multiple people did. In fact, right outside a police station, an older woman, turned around and pulled them on it. And then let it go, accepted their explanation. And just a couple of 100 yards from the police station is the embankment up onto the railway cutting where it all happened. Loads of people watched it happen.
I watched that documentary, yeah. It was 2 women coming out of the post office, an elderly woman and another woman with her children.
Yeah.
Why did she not say, well, look, I don't feel comfortable with this, let me walk you to the police station, or you give me that child and I take the child with my children to the police station?
Because they said that he didn't say they were going to the police station. They turned around and said that he's crying and they're taking him home.
Yeah, they said it was James was their little brother and he'd fallen over and they were taking him home. Yeah,
they said they're taking him home.
On one documentary, they reckon the kid said that was taken to the police station because he was lost.
No, the like testimony that they give was that when she questioned them, Thompson and Venables turned around and said that he's fallen over and hurt himself. That's why he's crying, and they're about to take him home now. And she said, "Right, well, go straight home or something like that, or make sure you do." There was no mention of the police station. The police station comes into it because they walked right past the police station to get to the embankment, which led up to where James Bulger was ultimately killed.
The hell the court case was in Preston for that. Honest to God, I can remember the town at the time, and the streets were just flooded, and they hit that they were shouting, and it was absolutely crazy. Something you wouldn't think to see.
I know some documentaries do conflict and give false information out, so I want the viewing, I suppose. I'm pretty sure I watched one where they reckon that the woman said she didn't believe the kids and she's taken to the police station.
Well, I heard this from a colleague who worked with the care worker who was with Venables when he was interviewed at the police station.
The thing is,
That he
though,
said that. Sorry, Max. That he said they were approached by a woman, and what he said to her was, "We're taking him home." They were the words out of one of the actual, offenders' mouths. Sorry, Max. Go on.
no, as an adult, whether you're male or female, if she had tried to take that child away from them, and they were actually brothers or related, had taken them home, she could have been in a situation that was illegal. You've got to be so careful, don't you? That's the problem. She probably thought the same thing at the time.
But then why couldn't she just turn around and say, hang on a minute, you wait here, give me your mum's phone number and we'll ring your mum to come and collect you?
Because that wouldn't have solved anything. If while she walked off to phone the alleged mum, they'd have pissed off and still killed James.
Oh, but
She's not to blame. You're saying why couldn't she do this? Why didn't she do this? With hindsight, as if she's to blame what happened, because she could have stopped what happened, and she couldn't stop what happened. They give her an excuse that she was unsure about but believed, and left it at that. Because it's still 1993 when this happened.
Yeah,
1993.
1993. That was the year, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
So
2 years before I was born, in fact.
you're spring chicken.
Yeah. Born June 1995, I was.
It was a good year, that. I know exactly what I was doing then. I was off my face on drugs and doing gigs, baby.
Oh. Yeah.
In fact, what's your mum called?
My mum.
I'm joking, Jamie. It's okay, I'm joking.
Well, her name's Tracy, but...
Oh, I remember her.
I remember her.
You said I'm messing about her. It's like them heady days of touring the UK.
Tracy.
Oh, wow.
My sister's called Tracy.
Tracy.
Oh.
Tracy.
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 Yeah.
She didn't live down in Sidcup at any time, did she? Around about the 70s or 80s?
No, she always lived. She's always lived around South London way.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, Steve, unless your sperm's really slow and takes 20 years to ovulate the egg.
I didn't say that. I said, did she live in Sidcup? Because I went out with a girl called Tracy in Sidcup.
Yeah, comedy's lost on this stream, isn't it?
There's been stories where people have met up 20, 30 years later.
I'm on my own here, Max.
I don't know if you've ever been to Sidcup.
I'm just wondering how often Steve dipped his dalliance, like.
Did you dip the bacon slicer, Steve? Did you?
I will tell you an interesting fact about her dating. When she was younger, she was on holiday, and she happened long before he was famous. She happened to be on one date with Bradley Walsh, the Chase presenter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right,
long before he was famous.
He's pretty funny. The way he reacts to what goes on in the show can be pretty funny. I remember that episode where that Austrian female skier was on there, Fanny Schmeller.
Fanny Schmeller, I've heard that name.
Yeah, he'd absolutely in bits. He was. It was brilliant.
Seen that. Oh yeah, I've seen that actually. Yeah,
absolutely in bits. It was funny.
A nice cat.
I thought I'd put my little kitty cat on.
Oh. He recently was on Doctor Who as well.
Doctor Who, the TARDIS.
Do you want about shrimp that you get?
Do we woo? Do, 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 do. Yeah.
I was just wondering that myself, Steve. Yeah.
So what you saying, Steve?
Shrimp said dirty git. Oh my god. Laugh out loud. Oh my god, dirty git. What's she on about?
You dipped it in a bit of Old Spice to get rid of any dirtiness off it, a bit like Tom Jones.
Hey, it works that way, let me tell you. It's a bit like an antiseptic, Mags, especially if you can't afford any. Just get the Old Spice of the Brute going. Bit of tobacco. We used to drop it down the front of the strides that often. We stopped calling it tobacco and started to call it tabolic.
You know who's going on about?
True method of Tom Jones, weren't it?
There you go. You know the score. She won't be talking about me, Steve, because I'm well behaved.
You know, we were
She's
talking
gonna be
about
a-
murders and.
Did you
child
see his
murders
face
just now.
then? Did you see his face? This Morgan's fella then. What is that? I come on here and I act the perfect gentleman, sir.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm almost hurt. I'm almost hurt there, Steve.
Almost.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Oh, that's the thing I meant to ask you. Your lass seems to be really interested in all this. Is she like thinking of setting up a channel or coming on here chatting to you or anything like that? Your Jess, she seems really into it.
Because she's seen things like, I think like she got the interest when I started doing it, you know, kind of thing, the paranormal. And over time, she's been watching a lot of like, you know, paranormal channels and documentations and YouTube videos and stuff like that. I think her first experience was when she was in the Philippines with a boyfriend, and her boyfriend, I don't know what part of the family it was. I think it was an uncle or something like yours. He had just died, and my daughter saw an apparition in her boyfriend's kitchen, and it scared the hell out of her. And since that particular day, she's been sensing and seeing spirit energies. Even at my ex-wife's house, like I think she said that she saw a little boy down at the bottom of the stairs as she was coming down, and she's seen possible apparitions of other people. So I think she's kind of opened up to the paranormal. I don't think she, you know, it does scare her. She's admit it does scare her, but although she's interested, she won't go into the paranormal like I do.
Have you seen that in the chat? Have you seen that in the chat?
Oh, Dave, getting on nice.
There you go.
Ooh.
So I'm paying to take the I am paying to take the piss now. Is that okay? Are you okay now? Are we good?
No, I want more.
See that what Steve just said.
I want more. Give me £20,000. I'll go on holiday.
Please, sir, I want some more.
I can have some more. Yeah, you know, do you think any of you that once you've had an experience, it would always leave you open, or do you think it's could it just be a one-off or both, or you know? Because it made me wonder. Then she said that she'd seen it, and then she's seen other things since.
I think she's probably opened herself up to see more, but she's kind of like concerned that a lot of people, when they see spirit, they might wonder if it's going to like cause them problems, like attack them and like be with them, you know, constantly throughout their lifetime. She don't want to be doing the paranormal. Like, you know, I think she knows that she's kind of sensitive to spirits. Even my other daughter reported to me not long ago that she saw an apparition, and she doesn't believe in the paranormal. But my other father, she saw something not long ago, and she goes, "I'll tell you, I swear I saw something." I thought, well, was it a male, female? But I don't know.
I think
it's like a shadow.
I think it's people when they have an experience, even if they don't want to accept it, they're sort of in a way almost more likely to open themselves up to it, even if it's just psychologically. Because if they have another experience that can be explained away because they were freaked out by a previous, I'm not saying this happens all the time though, but because they've had an experience that they'll look at the previous experience and think, God, that were freaky, or something weird's just happened again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that people start to watch for things. I can only speak for myself, but I know that personal experiences. I mean, I can't say for you, Mark, because you pretty much live in the house from hell kind of thing, really. You know, when you have like an experience that you start to have more, and are you sort of subconsciously or unconsciously looking for it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You see, I think with our Chloe, I think because she was so young when she moved in here. Now, I don't know whether it's true that people who are younger are more open or what have you. I don't know. But she was very young when she moved in here. She was just 2, maybe. And I think, and I do think this, that left her more vulnerable because we didn't know what we were moving into.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we didn't know that this house was going to, well, it's the ground. It's obviously not the house because it's a new built house. But we didn't know what effects we were going, was going to be in the house or what have you. And straight away, the first night, stairwalking, doors, and then within a few days, she's talking about Dottie, So I think that left her open all her life, and
Yeah. Yeah,
Because
that's what I'm saying. I think, that sort of walks hand in hand with the kind of thing I think about it as well. That you sort of like, you are more likely to pick up on something when you've had an experience.
Yeah, I'll go on for you. We all know that children are more vulnerable to sensing spirits, yeah? But what about pregnant women? Because when they're pregnant, the hormones go up the chute, don't they? They go like sky high when they're pregnant, I believe. I could be wrong.
But you say a bit crazy.
Pregnant at the time when she saw that apparition.
Oh, he's nowhere near finished his question yet, Mags.
Sorry, Steve, go on.
So, she was pregnant at the time when she was at her boyfriend's apartment when she saw the apparition. So I'm wondering if it's possible that, pregnant women could probably be open more to the spirit world than we think. Because I know I've seen a lot of documentaries where people said they've been pregnant and they've seen like shadow figures or apparitions or they've had paranormal activity. So what do you reckon on that?
What do I reckon on that? I know that also in that instance, is it down to personal experience or causing more activity, just like in a way prepubescent teenage girls or even sometimes boys can, or leads to alleged poltergeistic type experiences also? And is it psycho or telekinesis? Is it interacting with the environment due to the surge of hormones? That's always going to be a tough one. Are they open to it? Well, they're more emotional. Quite right too. You know what I mean? The bodies are going through changes. They've got a leech inside them, because that's what a baby is it's being gestated, isn't it? Really, it's taking all the nutrients from the mother and everything else. They're going through a lot. I mean, we get an easy time of it as the male or the husband, and we know that. So I think there's a possibility, but we're back to, is it certainty? Don't know.
See, another thing with my daughter, when she was pregnant and she was living over there, she went to the hospital and had an X-ray on the baby, and they gave copies of the photo. When she reviewed it, she swears, and I even swear, that I could see a face next to my grandson's body, and it looked like a male person, and it kind of resembled my dad. So I'm just wondering, can spirits, close spirits, family spirits, kind of interact with X-rays of like unborn children?
Due to their energy being around them, possibly. X-rays, it's a form of radiated energy, possibly.
But
is it probable?
I've got that photo somewhere, but something.
Is it likely? Is it probable? Is it a certainty? Again, it all comes down to that. I think it's possible. I wouldn't know, but then none of us would.
Do you like me avatar picture? Me of the cat, that one. She decided she's watching. She sat right in front of the TV.
Sorry, Max. My audio keeps going weird. How many have you actually got?
Two cats, Hallie and Sky. That's Sky, my black and white one. But she's literally sat in front of the TV screen now, because I play. I have it. My laptop connected to my telly in my bedroom, so she's literally sat in front of the telly, the TV, if you're not English, watching the stream.
for our colonial cousins, in case you're watching Steve's stream.
It's very Lancashire telly, though, I think. Telly.
Oh, I don't know. I'm in Cheshire and we call it telly.
One question I have is, do you think animals can sense spirits and stuff like that? Because they have a sixth sense, it's said like...
Oh. I don't know, is the honest answer. I know my cats chase crap up the wall that isn't there. But I mean, is that a ghost? I don't know. Literally, I can sit here and watch my cat just stand at the wall watching it, and then just jump up and attack the wall for no reason. Do I think it's spirit, or do I just think my cat's crazy? I probably go more with my cat's crazy because cats are crazy.
Yeah, my
But
cat's crazy at times.
yeah,
So
but,
my,
I don't know.
with
I
my
think
cat,
if sorry, Steve, just so we can just answer that for him on a sec before I go over to you deliciousness. Is they see in different wavelengths of light than we do. They see things differently than we do. Are they seeing something that we can't? Possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe. In fact, they probably are seeing things we can't see. We know that they've got totally different vision. Is it a spirit again? Don't know. Or is it just crazy cats crawling up Mag's wall?
Or is it just their intelligence?
Oh,
I
my
wouldn't
cat's
know about that.
intelligent's all right. They always know how to open the drawer where the freaking treats are.
Go on, Steve. What was you going to say about your cat?
Anyway, what are you saying, Steve?
with my cat, she does run around quite a lot. But there was one time I was watching her on DVR, and I saw her jump so high she nearly hit that fucking ceiling.
Bloody hell.
You know, can't really jump that high unless, like, you know, they climb up a wall or something. Yeah. Well, she was in the middle, and I physically saw, well, on camera, I saw her on the floor, and she went straight up to the side, you know, to the ceiling, and back down. She turned and she belted herself in there, jumped onto the windowsill, and I could see her kind of like shaking. I thought, yeah, okay. I don't know. Maybe, like, you know, she saw a spirit or a spirit was interacting with her. I don't know. But I have seen her hiss outside as well. And I've got video footage of her following a light anomaly down the hallway. And she was actually chasing this light anomaly. And the light anomaly went through the door, which was closed. And she just stopped just in time before she, like, hit the door. So I feel that she can, or any cat or animal, probably sense spiritual energy. You know, I've seen so many videos on where dogs have been, like, been affected by spirits. You know, like, you got feedback coming back.
It's probably me. I was just looking. It looks like there's feedback. I'll stick my headphones on. Give us a sec.
Yeah, so like, I've seen a lot of videos where dogs have been more kind of like sensitive to, like, unseen energies, possibly spirits. It could be, you know, again, like, it could be someone walking outside and the dog's picking up the sense that someone's outside, and you know, people probably think it's paranormal.
Yeah. Or they have better hearing than we do as well, so they could be hearing things in the distance too.
With cats, I don't know what their hearing's like, if it's the same or less than the dog. But, you know, a couple of times she's interacted with something. But, you know, I'd love to have a dog, to be honest with you. I can get rid of a bloody cat. But not that I know.
I don't know. You know, you got to walk a dog, and they depending upon what you get, they can shit like an elephant.
I don't mind taking a dog out. Just like when I was young. Dog.
My lad's just got
had a dog before.
My lad's just got a puppy, old English bulldog, cutest looking thing, but it's going to get bigger.
Oh yeah, got a Labrador.
Oh, I love labs. My nanny used to have a lab, a golden one, and weren't a retriever, she were a lab, but so intelligent they are as well.
I saw a nice dog outside the other day, actually, really beautiful husky dog. Now, if I lived here, if I wasn't living there, and I was living in a different place, where I was, you know, like my own place or something here, council or, you know, privately rented or whatever, and I was allowed to have a dog there, one of the dogs I would probably get is an Alsatian, because I think they work out to be a better guard dog than any other guard dog, you know, any other dogs, which you could probably try to train as a guard dog. And, you know, I'd love to take out on nature walks and stuff like that and ghost hunts, because I feel probably a lot more secure with a dog.
Oh, I don't know. Dobermans and Rottweilers make pretty good guard dogs, mate.
Yeah, but they're more vicious, aren't they?
Well, isn't that the whole idea? So they tear somebody's leg off if it breaks into your house.
I wouldn't want a dog that would attack anyone, you know, unless you was able to train it properly, kind of thing. I'd rather have the dog, sitting in front of the person, growling with its fucking fangs sticking out, saying, "You come any closer, yeah, I'm going to rip you apart." I don't want a dog what will just attack someone because they've broken in.
Swings and roundabouts. So if they're in your house, it's their own problem.
That's exactly my mentality about it.
So over here, if someone's in your house and you've got a gun, you're not allowed to shoot them. But in America, if someone breaks in your house and you've got a gun, you can shoot them and get away with murder.
Well, of course you can shoot them. Then you just wipe the handle clean and stick it in their hand.
There you go. And it depends. It depends, though, Steve, because somebody has got away with shooting somebody over in this country when they broke into their house.
Were it that farmer? No, that farmer got sent. Did he not get sent down first and get cleared of it?
Yeah, he got cleared and released. Yeah, because the charges got dropped. The only bone of contention about it was the fact that he had shotgun pellets in his back, which suggested that they were running, moving away from him, and that threat that was done with at the time. But he says that he's shot him as he's turned. You know what I mean? Rather than he shot him in the back as he was running away, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, gun laws changed in England over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Because of an incident 25 years ago today, the Dunblane killings.
Well, there's been
with the shit I'm going through at the moment, I could tell you so much, about a certain person. I just can't, and, I feared for my life for that guy because I know he had shotguns. He told me.
Regularly, Kerr, it's right here with armed police raiding people's houses because they've got guns. I live in a real classy area. Roads are always getting blocked off. No, I don't agree with guns. But then again, look at the knife crime in this country and how easy to get a knife. Kind of, you don't know what's worse, do you really? If we had proper stringent controls.
I suppose it depends upon what you're disagreeing with guns about. If you're on about guns for self-defense, then I disagree with that too.
No, what I'm saying is, I disagree with how it's handled. It was probably a better way to put it.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, yeah.
I don't think the laws as we stand now are right. I think maybe we should be allowed guns, but when you're actually allowed something, you can put better laws in place and more stringent laws. You can, you understand what I mean, Dave?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with you.
You'd have to go through training to have your gun. You'd have to retrain every 6 months. You'd have to have a clean record. Do you understand what I mean? You can put all these things in place then. But as it stands now, it's not like that. So people get guns, black market, and they're there, bang, bang, gangster style, sit side. It's crazy, and yet knives, 10 a penny, and knife crime is crazy in this country.
Yeah, it's the main problem in the minute, isn't it? Especially around the capital and that.
Yeah. Totally. It's scary. It is scary.
Yeah, it is.
So are you pretty close to Steve? And obviously, I don't want your address, but do you live pretty close to Steve, Jamie?
Not too far away from Steve. Actually, yeah.
What's it like around your neck of the woods for like knife crime and stuff?
I have a park next to me, and well, there has been issues there before, but it's not too bad, I don't think.
And didn't you say is that the area where this happened with this young woman recently?
What, Sarah?
Yes.
That was that. I know that wasn't where it happened. No, that was Clapham Common, and that's I don't know how far away, but yeah, that's sort of between. I'm just trying to describe it. That's more just on the border of London, that is. Okay,
so still nearer to you than it is to me and Mags, us northern scumbags.
yeah, nearer to me and Steve than
us northern scumbags. Say it, I know you want to.
the new guys, yeah.
No, there you go. Very diplomatic.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
got a little tidbit of crap trivia because I'm great with the crap trivia. The park across the road from me is one of the oldest parks in Europe.
Really?
Yeah,
Cool.
it was obviously where the Battle of Preston took place because that's all around here. And then in the 1700s, it was a racetrack. They turned it
Wow.
into a racetrack around this area. It was all marshland originally, and then it went to like a racetrack after the Battle of Preston, and now it's a park, a public park.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Cool.
park opposite me used to be a deer park years ago where Henry VIII apparently used to go hunting.
Henry VIII, I am.
Well,
Henry
remember
VIII,
the I am.
Can you remember that when we were younger? Henry
I
VIII,
do.
I am.
Yeah, remember
Sorry,
that song?
Steve.
I
I'm
remember
supposed to be on a
Patrick Swayze
stream later,
singing it in
Steve. Sorry.
Ghost.
I just didn't want to. But seeing how you've given me the key in by asking me, I don't feel like I'm imposing upon your stream. I've been asked to go on a stream about cryptids tonight. Do you know Nubs, Exploring with Nubs? Sorry,
Yeah.
Adventures with Nubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's streaming, and me, Matthew Second Star, and Ryan from Cryptids podcast supposed to be going on there. That'll be
What
about.
time's that?
I'm not saying
I'll
it's
just check actually because he messaged me on Twitter.
I said do one tonight, if not Sunday.
Say again, Steve. Sorry.
Eli, is it? Eli? He said
Yeah, Eli's doing one on Sunday. Yeah,
because he said he was going to do one today as well, Saturday.
7:30. My time is that one. He can't make his mind up, and I haven't checked it out. But it's like 7:30 Eastern time in the USA. So what's that? About 2:00 in the morning this time.
Oosh.
No, you got to cut out. So.
I'm hoping I'll be in bed tonight by that time. I have to say. I might stream tomorrow, though, about 6 or 7 o'clock, do the quiz that I've been working on. It's really hard because I'm trying to make it. It's really hard because I'm trying to make it hard. I'm trying not to give things away too much in the questions, So it's like I said to you yesterday, I'm trying to word around it, this 18th century house with a garden, favorite, things like that. I'm trying to word them like that.
Yeah, I don't think many people are going to get the answers though, because it's the cryptic side of it's not going to be what drawn them to it. It's going to be the paranormal side of it, isn't it?
But what I've done, because it's me, Dave. Just don't worry about that. I've done it, and then when I put the answer up, I've also put a brief history up of the paranormal events that happen in it as well. So they're still getting the paranormal.
That's after they've not got it right, though, isn't it?
But they don't have to. It's fun, and I don't want to give it away too easy.
I keep forgetting about the fun side of it. I forgot what that was. It's been years since I've had any.
Does Pam not satisfy you anymore?
Not anymore. No, I've become a very boring mistress. I have to be honest.
That 5-finger shuffle.
Yeah.
No, but you know me with me quizzes. I do a lot of easy ones or strange ones, but I fancy doing something a bit more difficult. I'm not making them overly difficult. If you know a place has got a famous garden, then you know that. Do you understand what I mean? So, and if you know about paranormal places, you shouldn't just know the haunts that happen there. You should know other things about it.
No, what people do though. That's your expectation, not theirs. You know what I mean? I've learned that over the years that they'll say, such and such a body. This is known for this ghost. This is known for that. And it's like, well, who designed it then? And then where did they go? I mean, I know what you mean. It'll be fun. I'll try and get there. I'll try and be back for it, Max, because it sounds interesting. I won't mind seeing it.
I fancy. I don't want to do it too late. So probably around 7ish or something like that.
I'll try and get back. Yeah.
Sorry,
Steve.
To forget the questions finished, Dave. I've not finished the questions yet.
No worries. Sorry, Steve. What was you asking?
What's mine? I was just showing the Shrimp's Head Vampire, and I just screen shared a figure that one meant to be watching. He
She probably means me being up all the time, Steve.
No. Yeah, I'm watching that. He was supposed to be classed as a vampire because he drank human blood, didn't he?
Oh, well, perhaps it could be him then. I don't know. But she's called me that in the past.
The acid bath murderer.
Yeah. Well, he killed 5 that I know of at the moment. There could be more because I've only started watching. And then I thought, you know what, let's do a quick stream. So I watched other videos as well, you know. I wasn't planning to do one, but I thought like, you know, people get things wrong in the paranormal, you know, they don't debunk things. And it's like, get me a little bit stir crazy. People don't debunk things, you know.
Yeah, about him
Yeah.
drinking blood. And they think they did a study that like, if he actually did drink blood, like, it would reduce with him vomiting and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Another bit of useless trivia that I've got. Actually, Bram Stoker wasn't the first person to write about vampires. There was a book in the 1700s, but it was spelt with the PY, you know, not vampire as we'd spell it today.
Yeah, which is the original way that it was supposed to come out, when it vampire or vampire,
yeah. And it was obviously the Eastern European. I can't remember the family name now who they were writing about, but yeah, earlier than that. I am full of useless crap of information, me.
I suppose that depends upon the ears of the listener whether it's useless or not. Because I find it interesting. I like it.
I do like. I've got a stream, but I've never done it, and it's actually about Dracula and vampires in general. And I've never done it, and I don't even know whether it's still on my computer yet. It was like a whole stream that I had planned to do. I might revisit it one day if I've still got it on my computer somewhere.
Do it.
What's your channel's name, by the way, Mags?
Pardon, love?
I don't know what's
your channel's name?
Oh, I'll put a link to my channel in chat, then you can get it.
Go on, Steve. What?
I don't know what's going on my stream tonight, but over the last hour, like, everyone's. I know you're not streaming, as in, like, you know what I'm doing at the moment. You've got cameras off, but all your cameras keep like flashing on and off.
Yeah, yours was doing it before.
Yours was doing it on my stream last night, Steve, but everybody else's was fine.
No, I don't know why. But yours is doing. All 3 of yours is doing it tonight.
But as I'm looking at it, everybody's is okay.
I've seen Steve's flash a couple of times. It's flashing.
Just Steve's though.
Yeah, just Steve's.
Yeah.
I've seen all 3 of yours flash a couple of times tonight.
No,
Jamie, sorry, Dave.
No, go on.
Jamie,
sorry.
I'll stick my link in there so you've got it.
Okay.
What I was thinking is last night when you was on mine, Mags was okay. Matthew was okay when he was on. Brandon, Kim, everybody was okay. Eli, but yours was flickering.
You were a proper flasher last night. You were.
Yes.
What part of the? I'm going to half interview Steve now. I do apologise, everybody. What part of the paranormal fascinates you most, Steve?
Fucking demons in it.
Oh, I think trying to gather the evidence and proving that the paranormal really exists.
Good answer.
That we use.
So you like to approach more scientific?
Yeah, I don't like it where people keep going on, like, you know, I've seen so many like YouTubers do interviews with people, and their first question is like, you know, how did you get into the paranormal? And like, you know, a good proportion always turn around and say, well, I was brought up in a haunted house. You know, and I'm thinking, really? Can you prove it was haunted? You know?
You see, I was actually brought up in a house that had some weird energy. But no, I can't prove it.
No, but if someone turns around and says, well, I believe that I was brought up in a house with some kind of like a paranormal activity.
Yeah.
Not a haunted house, because no one can prove that their house is haunted.
No. Well, you can't prove the existence of ghosts or spirits. There is no 100% proof of it. So it's only what we believe or what we perceive, you know, is evidence towards it. But when you boil down to it, it's literally our own beliefs.
Well, I mean, in a way, you can sort of prove it's haunted, but you can't prove that what's haunting it is a ghost or a spirit.
Yes. Yeah, you can prove you can prove this activity, which would be the evidence part of what I said. You know, but we can't prove it's a ghost because there's no proof of ghosts.
So if someone asked me, like, you know, interviewed me, said, like, Steve, how do you get into the paranormal? Then I'd just turn around and say, well, one, I wasn't brought up in a haunted house. Two, the way I was brought into the paranormal was after my dad died.
Well, Steve, I've got a question for you then before Max carries on. How did you get into the paranormal?
Weird things happened after my dad died. Strange paranormal things that I could not explain what they were, so I had to research and investigate myself, and that's how I got into the paranormal.
Do you know
I like that?
Yeah, Max, get on this. I know you want to crack on with him, but I'll rephrase that because it sounds dodgy. I know that you want to ask him some more questions, but do you know how I met this turd?
Go on.
Because I watched one of his videos before I'd even spoke to him about him doing a review about an EMF meter. And what he was saying about it, then I thought, yeah, he seems like he's got the right kind of approach. So I contacted you about some gear, didn't I, in 2014 or something like that?
Yeah.
About 2014 or something. And I started speaking to him, thinking, yeah, I was wrong. He's absolutely off his head, this geezer.
I don't know, fuck all. He's an idiot.
No, I didn't say that.
I'll tell you what I liked. Sorry, Jamie, go on.
I became a little more interested in the paranormal in 2016 when I started following a guy who lived. He used to do a series called Spiral, and he lives quite near me and Steve. A guy called Mark English. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Following him as in stalking him, or just following him on YouTube?
Mark English,
you beat me to that one.
And I was reading the ghost story about, but I don't know. But Mark didn't write this in his book, but then I came across a story about Mitcham Common haunting, and I saw Steve did a video, and then that's how I got to his channel in 2016.
So I read follow me from 2016, Dave from 2014. Now, hang on,
2014, yeah.
Let me ask you this one question, right?
Yeah, go for it.
You say that you followed me because I've done an EMF review. There's thousands of people out there who've done EMF reviews. Why pick on me? Why didn't you not go to another?
Why pick
You bully, Dave. You bully.
I know, yeah. Why pick on me? Well,
but why follow me? Why follow me when there's hundreds of other people doing EMF reviews?
He told you because of the way you approached it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I got a good vibe about you, brother.
Yeah,
so can I just go back to your answer, Steve, what you gave about when your dad passed and how you approached the paranormal when things went. I'll tell you what I liked about your answer. You put in there, you researched.
Well, I did because when my dad died in hospital. I was there the day he died. He died with dementia and Alzheimer's.
I can relate.
I'm going to tell the story, right? Yeah. I got a phone call from my sister saying, you've got to get down here. Don't think Dad's going to last any longer. Get down here. So I had my 3 kids with me. The wife was working. So I was getting a bit panicky. I thought, this could be the last time I see him. So I rang up my sister-in-law, my ex-wife's sister, and said, look, I've just got a phone call. They believe that my dad might be passing away tonight, and they want me down there to say my farewells. So she said, yeah, okay, you go now. I'll be there in a minute. And she only lived, a few minutes up the road, so I was able to get out of the house. I got down to the hospital in Kent where my dad was. There's, family down there, me stepmum, my biological mum, my dad's ex-wife, his brother, and a few other people there. We all stayed with him for about half an hour because they were probably there a lot longer than I was. They all decided that they was going to go, but I didn't want to leave him. So I said, look, I'm not going. I'm going to stay with Dad. So my sister Sandra, my eldest sister, who's older than me, said, look, I'll stay with you. So we stayed. I'm not going to go into the depth of what me and my sister done that particular night, but my sister did have to leave for a short while, but she did come back. And I said, you know, when I was on my own with my dad, you know, I'm sitting next to him. He looks like a skeleton, as it was, because they stopped feeding him because he wasn't able to eat and drink properly. So his ex-wife decided to let the doctors starve him to death. So he looked like, you know, one of them poor sods on the Jewish concentration camp. He looked like a skeleton. So I'm sitting there, you know, kind of like brushing his head, you know, saying how much I loved him and stuff like that. And I said, look, Dad, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you ever want to visit me when you pass and you're in the spirit world, come and visit me. Just don't scare the shit out of me. Well, you know, he died early in the morning. You know, my sister rang up one of her kids, and she passed the phone over to my dad's ear, and the grandkid was going, "Love you, granddad. Love you, granddad." Then all of a sudden, my dad just put two breaths and passed away. Yeah. Now we called in the nurse and told them it took them enough an hour to come in just to check to see if he had passed away or not. That pissed me off. But anyway, after he passed, 2 months later, I was in the kitchen and I was watching ghost hunting programs, and it said about an EVP. And I thought, well, that's interesting. An EVP, electronic voicing on them. They told you how to, you know, catch an EVP. And I've got an old Nokia mobile phone, which I've used ever since, being that one. And that's got an audio recorder in there. Now, the thing was, a few nights before then, every time I went in the kitchen, I felt like my jacket, well, my back, my shirt was being tugged every night, yeah. I thought it was my kids mucking around, but it wasn't, because I would have heard them, I would have seen them. So when I was watching the Paranormal channel one night, they said about an EVP. So I was looking for my phone, and it's got an actual recorder on there. So I've gone out in the kitchen, making my coffee, and I pressed record on it, and I said, look, if there's any spirits here, you know, let us know. If my dad's here, let me know, you know, kind of thing. Just asked, you know, a couple of questions, let it record. I stopped it, went back in the living room with my coffee, and I played it back, and I swear on my life, even on my kid's life, I heard my dad's voice coming through the EVP recorder saying, "Stephen, love you, son." And I thought, whoa, you know, and I spoke, you know, I rang my sister up and played it to her a couple of times, and she broke down crying on the phone. And I thought, well, if that is my dad's voice, I want to know if there's any other way of communicating with him. And that's how I started like doing a lot of research. I found that candlelight could be a way of like interacting with spirits, which I did do. I used candlelight. Then later, I got an EMF device, like a K2 meter. I also bought myself a camera. I went walking around the streets, taking around the pictures, so I get any kind of orb activity, which I did. And then I started to learn about the different colours of orbs, the meanings of the different colours as well. And I just kept sitting watching all the ghost hunting videos on YouTube, on TV, and that's how I learned. And that's how I started.
Well, I'll say
really
this.
cool.
Sorry, darling. I'll say this though, right, Steve? You seem to have got into it for a more noble reason than a lot of other people get into it.
Yeah,
Totally.
Yeah.
you know, I don't go to a house because I want to know a little bit more about it and find out it's haunted.
Sorry, Max.
I got into it because I wanted to understand about what I received on my EVP recorder. And, you know, it's only a few nights after that I kept seeing shadows walking down the hallway past the room I was in. I had footsteps going up and down the stairs when no one was in at all, and my camera just flashed.
It did.
Yeah, so I heard footsteps going up the stairs and walking along the landing when there wasn't no one there at all. The kids were out, around their friends, or you know, my wife used to work constantly. She won't be home till about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night sometimes, yeah. So, you know, when the kids came home, I had to look after myself. But I know the kids on several occasions weren't there. I was seeing shadows, I was seeing footsteps. I thought I heard my name being called out. And there's one night I was in the spare bedroom because me and my wife was having arguments and stuff like that, yeah. And my son didn't like being in his room. Now, we had 3 bedrooms upstairs and we had 2 living rooms. We converted the small living room into our bedroom. And the 3 bedrooms upstairs my daughters had one each, and my son had one each. Now the thing is, where my son was, there's like a cupboard there where the boiler is, and he kept saying that he felt like something was watching him half the time. You know, he didn't feel comfortable in that room. Well, in the middle room where my middle-aged daughter is, Sarah, she had a bunk bed, so he decided he was going to go in the bunk bed because he didn't want to be in that bedroom. So, because I was sleeping in my office room on the settee, I decided to go up there and sleep up in that room where my son used to be. And there's one night I'm sleeping, and something disturbed me, and I'm just waking up, and all of a sudden the door just opened by itself, and I thought, oh, it's maybe one of the kids got up. So I'm calling out, you know, who's out in the hallway. No one answered. So I thought, right, you know, I've got to get out to check to see the kids are okay, which I did, and they was all asleep. I went downstairs, checked the wife, and she was asleep. I checked the doors, so I thought, you know, well, we might have had a trespasser inside the house or something, but everything was locked up. I've gone back upstairs to shut the door. Nothing else happened. But a couple of nights later, I got woken up again, but it wasn't the door. I had one of those sleep paralysis where I woke up frozen, and that was one of the most scariest things that happened to me. You know, when you have that that situation where you wake up and you're frozen cold, you can't move, you can't talk. You know, I couldn't even move my head. Or what I'd done was said, "Please stop," 3 times in my mind, and it stopped. And that was it, really. You know.
Any reason you said it 3 times?
Yeah, I said it 3 times in my mind.
Why?
I said, "Please stop, please stop, please stop."
No,
I don't
why?
know why I said it 3 times.
Oh,
I don't know why I said it 3 times. I just said, "Please stop, please stop, please stop." I thought, you know, maybe because they don't hear you the first time.
Mm.
You
I
know?
was just thinking
I
if
don't know.
it had religious connotations, you know.
No, I think, like, you know, me and my wife. Originally I was like a Christian, but my wife was born again Christian, so they
Right.
kind of converted me. And I still don't know what the difference is between a Christian and a born again Christian. No, I did go to church quite a lot, but she had like mass around our house quite a lot as well, which pissed me off because the house was full and I couldn't get to the bathroom half the time. So I had to go around the back and piss out in the fucking garden. I could not get to the bathroom because everyone else was using it or it's blocked. I could not get to the bathroom. I had to go around the side of the house, go into the garden and piss in the garden.
okay.
I really had a go at her about it a few times, but she just completely ignored me. That's why we was having so many arguments. But when she left,
See, that's why I don't do religion.
you know, when she left, I still did go to church a couple of times, but not with her church. I went to.
Gotta say, it's a totally different logistical expedition for you to piss in the garden than it is for a man, though, Max.
Well, yeah, it is. Have you ever watched what's it called? What was that bloody? Oh, God, you know, it just went out of my head when I said it. Where you can leave your head on came from.
Full Monty.
Full Monty. Well, there you go. They're pissed standing in a urinal, don't they?
Yeah.
I know you want to hear that bit, but you know, I was so pissed off. You know, I had to go.
Steve,
do
you know what the luxury is of this being your channel? You can talk
Say
about and
what
say what you want. Yeah, crack on, brother. Crack on.
Exactly. It's yours.
I think that's when, you know, more activity occurred after having that sleep paralysis. Actually,
I've got a question for you, Steve. Can I just ask one question before we move on from it, because it's relevant to what you said before, and I've sort of wondered whether you'd have asked it if I'm honest, Max. Is if you hadn't have had that experience with that with your dad, do you think you'd have ever got into the paranormal?
No.
Oh, nice.
I don't think I did. I would have done.
Yeah, but were you watching programs before, Steve?
Yeah, I watched many ghost programs like, you know, Ghost Adventures and Most Haunted and stuff like that. But I never thought about getting into the paranormal.
Right, but maybe it left its mark, and that's why you did try to contact your dad.
No, I think it's because, like, you know, when we lose a parent or a loved one, you know, we still want to try to keep that relationship over with them. You know, we don't. To me, I just didn't want to believe that he had passed away, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
I tell you,
No, he did used to keep coming up our house quite a lot because we used to have barbecues and parties and stuff like that. So that's why I think that he came to me there and he was trying to communicate and show himself, whether being a shadow figure or not, kind of thing. Because he did used to come up quite a lot before he got ill. So
I don't think there's any rationale when we deal with the paranormal, to be honest with you. I don't think we can put our finger on any one thing and expect anybody else to feel or experience the same thing. I think people experience and feel things different to the individual. We can have similar experiences, but that doesn't mean they're the same, or how we feel or perceive them is the same. That again, paranormal, not normal. I suppose it's in the title, isn't it?
So I don't think I would have got into the paranormal if I wasn't getting that activity. If I didn't get that activity, I might not even. As I said, like I did watch ghost hunting programs, and I always had doubts about the paranormal. I thought, it's just made up stories. Where's the proof in some of these so-called stories? It's just there was a time when I was in Clapham Common and someone said that he took a photo of two of his friends, and apparently in the background of the photo there was two Roman soldiers standing behind them. And I said, well, have you got proof of that? And he goes, yeah, it's on my phone. I said, well, let's see it. Oh, I can't find it. It must have got deleted. Well, to me, that's probably a made-up bullshit story. But no, if he had a photo...
Different thing that drives your belief system in this paranormal than God and religion, even though that's part of it, Steve, given the words you've been speaking and what I've heard you say in the past, brother.
It's hard though, when you in the paranormal. Well, it's not hard for me, but I think for a lot of people to take religion out of the paranormal, it's a hard thing to do for them. Because you see so many shows and so many channels and so many things related to religion, which equals the paranormal. I think we're the minority, Dave, where we don't do the religious side.
Sorry, Max, I agree with you. I'm just shoving my face full of biscuits. Yeah, absolutely.
So
I'm using a whisper.
When I'm doing a ghost hunt or a residential investigation, because I was brought up, quite religious, I suppose, although I'd never read the Bible. I've read Bibles at the church and things like that. I do have a little bit of understanding of that, but I've never read it, from front to back, because I do believe that the Bible is contradicting itself. It's conflicting itself, I don't.
It was wrote by a bloke.
No, don't even get me started on that.
So
it was wrote by a group of blokes.
So to me, I do have a kind of a religious belief. I do believe there's a God. I believe God, Jesus existed. I believe there's a devil. I believe there's possibly angels as well. So when I do an investigation, I always do a protection prayer. When I'm opening a ghost box or Ouija board up, I tend to close them down as best I can. I say goodbye 3 times, which I still don't understand, because when I had that sleep paralysis, I said, please stop, please stop, please stop. Now, when I do...
that's why.
When I do...
Well, even that comes from gematria and the basis of foundation, A and South hour. So it's deep-rooted in mankind to do that, as a belief system. So you're back to the word belief, and that is, again, something that's based on faith. I only have one belief in this life, Steve, and this is going to shock you to the core, because you know that I don't talk about beliefs, but you've been open with me, so I'm going to be honest with you, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I have one belief in this life. I believe that you'd look good in a thong.
No, you have to send me one. I'll put it on for you.
Please can't.
One day,
with a shower cap. With a shower cap on. Can you remember what dress you said you'd wear for a bet if we get a curfew? You made Jane a promise.
A nice pink flowery dress.
You see, he built himself up there. He thought I was going to admit to something, Mags.
If a curfew happened and someone sent me a nice pink flowery dress and the makeup and the wig, I would go out on it. I would, just for the laugh. I'd even video it. I'll take my little...
fantastic.
I'll take my little camera. I'll take one of these. Which was reviewing the other day. I've got several of these.
I've got another question for you, mister. How the hell and why the hell is your Mel meter not out and about and ready for use? Why is it buried? What's that all about? Are you on drugs?
No, it's just like I ain't been out there because of the lockdown. You know, I'm taking a chance going out doing bushcrafting, and I can turn around and say, look, you know, that's my exercise.
But have you not took any of your stuff with you when you? Well, I know you're probably concentrating on your bushcrafting.
Yeah, I have.
What did you take?
Well, when I do, like if you go back on some of my old videos, like, you know, the Mitcham Common ones, I've taken a Cater meter, I've taken a DC box, I've taken my audio recorder and a camcorder.
You see, you've just made a massive mistake. Everybody knows they're called EVP recorders.
Oh, God. Well,
Seriously, Mags, that gets on my tits when people say that.
All right, then, audio recorder.
No, you said it right. But people go, I've got my EVP recorder with me. No, you haven't.
No, you've got a voice recorder, you twat.
You absolute muffin minge. You've got a dictaphone or a dick for an head, but either way, you haven't got an EVP recorder. It's a digital audio recorder. It's a dictaphone.
I said audio recorder, didn't I? I said audio recorder.
Yes, you did indeed, Steve. Now, where's your Mel meter, cheeky? I'm not going to let you off the hook with this one. That's
Sorry if
better.
you get complaints that I said twat.
That's better, Steve.
No, the millimeter sometimes break you. You can actually get placements with the probe.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I was looking at them. My
I've got some, Dave. You want one? If I can find them, I'll send you one up. Please.
Oh, what a star!
Oh, he loves me now.
I've got to find them, though. It's going to take me a little while to find them. But if you want
What an absolute star. Cheers, Steve. You're a good man. Thanks for that.
I've got to find them, though.
Do you know, it's a shame you don't live near me, Steve. My sister's like fucking Monica off Friends. She'd go through that fucking room of yours like a fucking whirlwind. She'd have it sorted and organised in an hour.
I've got way too much stuff in here.
Don't say no, Steve.
Swear to God, she's terrible. She goes around, like, she'll go to visit people, and next minute she's fucking cleaning up and moving stuff around, and you've got a whole new house by the time she goes. It's like that.
See, I couldn't find the actual proper replacements here. So I was looking on Amazon and eBay, and I saw those ones. I thought, well, what I do, I buy one for now, and if I can't find one that fits it, I'll just have to keep looking. So I saw that one, and I thought I'll buy one just to check it out, see if it fits, and it fits. And
buy one, you get one free.
Fucking hell, Max.
And I know that with that one, if you cut the antenna at the bottom, I mean, what did I do? Did I put it back?
Yeah, you're on about the thermocouple probe?
Yeah. Now, if you cut down the bottom, down here, it stopped functioning. It won't give you the proper read. But
because it needs them to be crossed over to pick up the thermobaric pressure.
Yeah, I know. I actually connected both wires together, and it still wouldn't work.
And it only worked with the streams.
Now, I did find another one of these, which didn't have the probe on. It fitted, but it still didn't work.
Okay,
but I found that these probe ones work quite well. Because you can, instead of like, you know, you're sticking your hand out, you know, doing that, you can just keep that in your hand. And I know you're using both hands that way, but, you know, the probe does
a good probing, Steve?
I do look a little bit.
Behave you.
I don't even know who you think I am, Dave.
Yeah. You behave yourself, just because you've had a fucking whisper.
I do like a whisper.
But normally up in
the whisper.
I might even be in the drawers down where I have my little altar table.
You're more than okay to send up a Mel meter too if you want, Steve.
I ain't got a spare one. I sold my spare one, mate.
Steve,
do you know when he says drawers?
You know who had some of my gear? I sold it to him a little bit cheaper. Paranormal, Michael Rich.
Right, you mean the one that says hi but nothing else?
No, he wanted stuff, but he couldn't afford to throw them out, so I sold it to him cheaper. So I wouldn't have
Oh,
helped.
good lad. What a nice bloke.
You know, Dave, I'll help anyone out if I can afford to help them out.
I know that.
And Michael wanted a couple of bits and pieces off me, like, you know, those boxes he had off me, that PSP 7 I sold him cheaper. He had one of my millimeters.
See, because he kept saying drawers, I've got a song stuck in my head, and it's an old thing. It was like me.
The Archers.
It was what my mum's called Mary, and it was what my cousins used to sing to my mum. They used to go, "My Auntie Mary had a canary up the leg of her drawers," and it just keeps coming into my head now.
Right, when you first started whistling, I thought, is that the Archer theme tune or something like that?
No, we're just a really strange family that do shit like that, Dave.
Yeah, fair enough. As long as you're happy and you're all still like in rooms with rubber wallpaper, that's good.
It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, like my lot.
Yeah, so with those probes, when I found that one worked, I decided to buy a few extra ones because you never know when they might break again.
You never know when the munchies may strike.
Oh, I do in about 2 minutes' time because them 2 rich tea biscuits weren't enough.
Oh, no, I don't like rich tea. No. They're in a front to
I
biscuits.
prefer digestives.
I like digestives with butter on.
The only thing I ate today was a half packet of custard creams.
That's all. What, just custard creams? No dinner or anything?
No curry.
Bourbons. No
It's a bit
bourbons,
bad for your
is there?
health. Not good for your health.
So when's your
We
next...
just-
sorry, Max,
Well-
when's your next Kentucky Fried Chicken outing, Steve?
It weren't Kentucky Fried, it's just like, you know, from the shop up the road.
Southern fried.
I had that the other night.
Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a pizza.
Pizza Hut. McDonald's.
Steve there with his stomach rumbling because he's licked one custard cream all day.
No, I had half a packet.
I had some tea tonight. I really like end of week. Coming end of week, we go shopping on Monday. Like I had a bit of a mishmash for my tea tonight. I had a chicken and mushroom pie, potato croquettes, green beans, and broccoli. A bit of a weird mishmash.
I just had pizza.
I had ham and cheese sandwich last night for dinner with a bit of Bransfield pickle, but that was it.
Nice.
It might take a while for me to find them, Dave, but I know I've got
No,
some.
don't worry about it, brother. It's so good. It's okay.
Hang on, I'm psychic. They're in the third drawer, alt left.
Just imagine if they were now.
That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Fucking right as well, I found them.
Yeah, but those work quite well on those. I was surprised that they've worked. The only other place I could bring this drawer at the bottom, and I don't really want to be digging.
Oh no, don't! It's not in that drawer anyway. I can feel it in my water.
And I think they are in there.
Don't worry about it. She went for a pee just a few minutes ago, so her water's now halfway to the Thames.
Hardly here. If my pee ends up in Thames, that's a fucking miracle, isn't it? From where I am.
Oh no, it's all connected.
Bit like the paranormal. Do 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 do. So, Steve, can I ask you a question?
That means yes. He loves it.
If you had to.
I do actually. I feel a need, the need for speed. You know, like,
Top Gun, great film.
good film. Do you know
Top Gun,
if you
Maverick's
could,
coming out this year.
if you could identify any piece of equipment, because you do like your ITT, what piece of equipment would you say is essential for an investigation?
What, your
Yourself?
forefinger? your temple, your hair.
brain. Your brain.
Oh, we like that answer.
Good
Your brain.
answer.
Always been a favourite of mine, that one.
Always been a favourite of mine too.
The brain, and then the next one is a camera, video camera, then a millimeter or EMF meter, then audio recorder.
Mm. I might put audio recorder first after my head, after myself.
See,
be
there's a
honest.
guy called Travis who lives in America. Dave knows Travis. Me and Travis did like how to be ghost hunters videos, like a little kind of tutorial on people who wants to become ghost hunters. We did like 2, part 1, part 2. We're going to do part 3, but Travis disappeared for a while, and he did come back, and I think we did a part 3, but it was only a small part 3.
Do you know what? I was speaking to him the other day, Steve.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I know,
Steve. I was speaking. Oh, no, he inboxed me on Facebook the other day, and I said to him, "Why didn't you get me involved? Because I'm really, really brilliant and dead intelligent, and I'm better than Steve." But he didn't answer that.
And it's
Anyway,
not egotistical at all.
yeah, there you go.
Well, we know
no,
you're more intelligent than any of us.
No,
do.
Steve, I'm messing about. I'm messing around.
It would have been nice
Jesus.
if you was interested in that kind of thing. You know, I know we spoke to each other, but we didn't do what we're doing now. You know, we're constantly talking every day.
I was only messing about. What?
I don't know why
What
you
I
want
was
to
saying-
talk to him every day.
Yeah, I could get on my own tits. Listen, what I was going to say is, he sent over a video
Yeah.
that he captured on an invest that he wanted me to analyse. From a few. Well, he said it's from a few years ago, but he sent it to other people and just got like stupid responses and stupid
Was it the
answers and stuff
cemetery
like that. No. This isn't. Well, this is one of his later ones, just before he actually disappeared. And he's what?
I think that he had one in the cemetery and one in the residential, didn't he?
Well, it wasn't the cemetery one. Put it that way.
Residential, probably.
Just before his team stopped doing stuff, but he's got another person that's like showing an interest, so he's after getting his team back up and running again. So, you know, I expect to see him.
I know he's back on
Yeah.
YouTube. I saw him doing a doll session the other day. New Haunty doll.
All right, okay, cool, good. Well, as long as he's back at it, that's good, isn't it?
Hasn't Travis been one of your streams before?
Yes.
I think I might have spoken to him, actually.
Travis Goodwin, I think his surname, isn't it? Goodwin.
Gulson.
Near enough, right?
Yeah, there's a G in it.
Go.
Yeah, Travis Gulson. He's all right, Travis. Who was that? The other guy who used to...
Why's my camera keep flickering?
This is what we've been trying to tell you, chickenhead.
Right, everybody, I'm
doing it.
going to jump off because other half wants to get in my bed, which I'm not overly enhanced with because, you know, I have to come off. But
No worries.
thank you very much, Steve, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
See you
like,
soon, Mags. Have a good night.
Take
Good
care,
night.
David. See you later.
See you
David.
later. Bye-bye, darling. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
see you later.
Yeah, Mags.
So it was the residential one. I don't know if it's the same one that you've seen, and obviously because it's his footage, I can't show it unless he gives me permission. But the chances are you've already seen it anyway.
Yeah, I'll
But
probably
it was really interesting looking at it. Like, I'm glad he's back on the scene. You know, I hope he you know, starts making videos again and gets back at it. It'd be good.
Yeah, I asked him if he wants to come back doing some streams with me as well. You know, if he does get back doing, you know, a bit more YouTubing, then I'll get him to come on yours as well.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I said to him when I spoke to him on Facebook, I said, you know, if you ever want to come on and that, you know, come on. I don't bite. You know, it's all good. And he's a good lad. He's a good dude. He's all
Don't
right.
worry, if you won't bite, it'll just rip you apart, mate. It'll tear you apart. Ready, we're watching. Here, we just rip you apart. And he's a bit of a piss taker as well, but never mind.
Yeah, it's like Nubs later. He don't know what the hell he's got coming to him, that fella.
Look, she's going to annoy us in chat. I'm not going to show you a single message in chat. I'll tell you that for one thing. Why's my camera keep fucking flickering on and off?
I don't know. He's been doing it. He was doing it yesterday. Ask Jamie.
Sorry, what's that?
Could be.
I said
just-
his camera keeps flickering. Did you not notice it yesterday?
I've seen it flicker a few times tonight.
Maybe it's the spirits interacting with my bloody technology.
I don't think so. I
Maybe.
don't think it's a case of maybe. I think it's definite. I think there's a demon in your room right now.
Don't bother me. What's he going to do? Pull me apart? Join the spirit would be quicker then, wouldn't I?
Well,
So how long has it now been since your dad died, Steve?
2011.
10
10
years.
years. 10 years.
Crazy to
Well,
think
it'll be
that's
10
now
years
10
in
years.
November. It'll be 10 years in November.
Yeah. I just started sixth form around that time. It's crazy to think it's 10 years ago now.
No, even with my fishing channel, I get a little bit of recognition over that. People say, "Oh, I know you from somewhere." Don't you have a ghost channel as well? I said, "Yeah." And goes, "Oh, I've seen some of your videos. Pretty cool." Like they said, although they don't believe in ghosts, they found the topic on what I was probably talking about, kind of interesting. Well, okay, thank you.
you talking about Jamie?
No, people over at Cabin Common fishing.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Fishing people.
Well, isn't that the? Oh, yes. Sorry. Of course, you did say that at the beginning. Where am I going with it? But is that not where you went with? God, what was his name? God, what was his name? He was always Simon.
Simon James, yeah.
Yeah, Simon James. Yeah.
Yeah, he came down a couple of times. We did Mitcham Common, we did Wimbledon Common, we did Streatham Common, we did the Jewish Cemetery.
Seen a few things in common there, Steve.
Yeah.
He stopped doing the paranormal because, he met his partner and she got pregnant, and he said to me one day he just don't want to bring in any spiritual energies, especially the wrong ones that can probably cause possible harm to his partner and the child.
Yeah, well, when I spoke to Lindsay last year, Lindsay told me that he had a little one in that now, and he's sort of stepped away from it.
Lindsay's got another kid. I didn't know it.
No. Lindsay told me that Simon had one.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to say, Lindsay had another baby. I can always be old for that. Simon's got two now. He's got two kids now.
All right, okay. Well, cool. We're fair on him. Fair play to him. Good.
I've seen a couple of his videos. Like he does gaming a little bit. He does some stuff on Facebook sometimes, but not as much. And I said to him, if you're ever down here, you're always welcome to come back down, do some investigation. You ain't got to be no gear. Can lend you some mine. I goes, yeah, I'm up for that, Steve. Just got to make sure nothing follows me back. And if I ever went up his way, I can, go and visit him. Now, he's a great guy. I enjoyed him down here. Like in the morning, I'll take him around the old cafe and have a good old English breakfast. And then in the evening, when we get back, if it ain't too late, we're back before 3 o'clock. He'll order like a takeaway, pizza or burgers or something.
Yeah.
And we do like a little review on what we were going to do and when we came back, and telling people what we felt and what we got. And Aaron, my nephew, he was into it, but he stopped it now because of his experience he had, with death.
Aaron, who was sorry, Steve. Aaron, who was up on panel the other day with us, you mean?
Yeah, Aaron, my nephew, yeah.
What about this lad down here? Like when lockdown's out, why don't you and Jamie boy go out if he's interested in the paranormal?
Yeah.
Well, I've said
sounds
to,
good.
I've always
See?
said, we can always meet up sometime, but it's still a bit cold and the lockdown.
He's just said he's up for it. You've got a little team there. You and him. You talk to him. He's a good lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
We plan to meet up a lot, quite a few times in the past, and one particular time I was over at Hackbridge, heading over to the it's like a park for the what's it called, animal
Wilderness Island.
I can't remember. It's like a an animal section for wild animals. You know, it's like a park, an animal sanction or whatever. So anyway,
Nature reserve, I think.
Yeah, nature reserve. That's it, nature reserve. Well, I was heading up that way because I've already been there before, and I just fancy checking it out again. And as I was walking down there, I heard, "Steve, is that you, Steve?" And I thought, "Am I hearing things?" I thought, "Yeah." And then, "Steve, is that you, Steve?" I turned around. I went, "You call my name?" He goes, "Yeah, it's me." I said, "Who's you?" He goes, "Me, Jamie boy." I thought, "Fuck." So we actually both went.
Yeah, I remember that.
And we both went into the nature reserve with the camera. We was taking, I did a little video on that. Jamie boy's on the video. We didn't stay too long because I only wanted to be there for a short while anyway. Because it would have took me probably about 45 minutes to an hour from the nature reserve to get back to Mitcham and get back on a bus. But later on, I did realise that there was a bus that goes past Hackbridge. I could have got on, and that would have took me to Mitcham instead of me taking 5 minutes. But I've always said to Jamie, when the weather gets better, over the last year, 2 years, we need to meet up again because Jamie, he goes to a lot of good locations. He does do a lot of travelling around, and I'm pretty sure he knows a good few locations where we do a little bit of ghost hunting. Daytime or nighttime.
There you go. So why not just get on it?
Yeah.
Well, we can't at the moment because of lockdown, isn't it? We can't.
You sort of can actually. You can meet one person outside now, can't you?
Yeah, but it's cold at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, you can.
I want to wait until the weather's better, a bit warmer.
Nah, soft ass. Get out there.
And I've got to get the equipment all sorted out and get it all new. It took you 2 days to get your batteries all fucking charged up. It'll take me probably a bit longer, so I'm going to probably have to buy new fucking chargers for mine.
Oh, it's been a proper absolute pain in the ass that I was doing the sorting the batteries out.
And you got to take extra batteries because, as I said the other night, I had a 6-hour battery, big chunky one, on my camera. And this is the camera I take out with me. And you can see how chunky that battery is.
Yeah, they're the ones I've used as well, yeah.
When me and Simon James took that out one night, it recorded for about 2 or 3 minutes and shut down. I thought, how can I go off? But I fucking charged it up. That's the full battery. So I put one which was like a quarter size, which only records for an hour and a half.
Yeah,
and I recorded that for a little while. Then that started playing up. I said, sorry, hang on a minute, I've got to change battery over again. Let's try that one again. And as I connected it back up again, it said 5 hours, 50 minutes or whatever it was. So I don't know why it went off the first time. But usually when I do go out, I take extra batteries with those little cameras. The little batteries that go inside there. I always make sure I've got plenty. Where's that box I had here somewhere?
Right, breaking now.
So when I go out,
bang.
I usually take 2 of these with me. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Because sometimes even a charged battery, sometimes it just will not take a charged battery. So I take 2 of these.
Yeah.
And no, you get these with them.
Yeah.
I've got this little box. And look, these are how many batteries I take out with me to be on the safe side.
Very wise. Because they only last about an hour, don't they? Something.
4, 6, 8, 10 batteries there.
Yeah, they only last about an hour anyway, don't they? They only give you about 60 minutes.
But even with a charged battery, sometimes they don't work. I found that with some cameras. No, you could have like a brown one, like that, and a black one.
Look.
And they are slightly different. One is slightly a little bit bigger than the other one. You put that in the camera, which comes with that battery, won't work. You put that in the camera, which takes that battery, won't work. And they're supposed to work on all of these cameras, but they don't.
Yeah, I've had the same issue with some of the action cam type cameras. That the batteries aren't as cross-platform as they like to make out. But they're the ones that I've been charging them and then big MP3 380s or whatever they are.
Yeah.
For the last 2 days, because then that big battery that you showed me on the back of, was it a Sony that your Handycam?
Yeah.
Yeah. They normally give you about 4.5, 5 hours recording usually. Yeah, there you go. Them, yeah.
It's about 5, 6 hours, something like that. So I've got a couple of those. No, I've got different types of these little action cams. I did see a hack on YouTube, and I was able to hack one into full spectrum. Then I bought a couple more, tried hacking them, but I kept breaking them. So I threw them to one side for spares.
You finicky little things to mess about with when you do it, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. Someone did say to me, if I give him a £5 for each one, he'd do it. So if I had like 4, he wanted 20 quid to hack 4 of them. I said, no, okay, I'll try to do it myself. Or I'll screw it up. And I did attempt to screw a few up. But I've got 2 of these Ultra.
Nice.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Got 2 of those extreme ones. They come with like little multi controls as well. Because they're Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I've got some similar. They're not exactly the same, but I've got some
But
similar.
I keep losing the bottoms. The bottoms keep breaking off, and I keep losing the bottoms. I've only got 2 with the bottoms on, and I've got about 8 cameras. These type cameras, not the same make, but different model, different brand names.
Yeah, I've got a few of them. I've converted I think I've converted 5 into full spectrum, and then the others are just regular.
So I've got a load of digital cameras. That's why I've done that competition which you won on one.
What's one that?
On the digital cameras, the normal cameras.
Oh, right. No, I don't remember that.
I sent you the camera.
No, it was I got
Or was it?
an organizer.
I thought I sent you a camera.
No.
Well, no, I sent someone.
Might have been Michael, Louise, Anthony, Michaela.
Oh, cameras like that, Olympus, which takes
No.
normal AA, not AA, yeah, AA or AAA batteries. I've got a load of ones which take the same kind of battery, not like the action cam ones, but like these kind of batteries.
Yeah, you didn't send one up to me. It wasn't me. It might have been Michael or somebody, but it wasn't me.
I sent someone one. I know I sent you that little radio, which I thought was a proper radio, but you told me it was a transmitter.
It is. It's a little transmitter, mate. Yeah. So you can stick like you can use like your MP3 player kind of thing and transmit it, and it can be picked up by your radio in your car. If you got like an old-fashioned car stereo, but it hasn't got I don't know who has them like these anymore, but you can pick it up on a certain radio frequency. It's about 28 meg.
Yeah. No, I bought a bunch of them off them because I thought those were just normal little radios, or I might have been able to hack, but I still got 4 or 5 knocking around.
Well, I mean, they could still be used for ITC by sending white noise and picking white noise up on another radio that's transmitting white noise. So because you're still transmitting a radio signal rather than receiving it, but at the end where you're receiving your white noise transmission, you're receiving it too. So you've got a transceiver rather than a transmitter and a receiver. You've got a transceiver. You've got both parts of it. So they could still be used for experiments, just whether you want to do it or not. Still work.
Hello, Max is saying, so I'm guessing Steve's room isn't catalogued, he just needs organised, Lyle.
It is disorganised, but I know where things are. I know a lot of people say, oh, you're hoarding, you've got too much stuff there. But with me, if I start packing stuff away in boxes, I know I'm going to need to find that box later. Even if I write on what's in the box, I tend to put, like, if I've got cameras and I put them in the box, then I start sorting other stuff out. I'm going to put box on top of a box on top of a box, aren't I? And
Yeah.
when I want to get something, I've got to go into that box, and probably the thing I want is the last box at the bottom. I've got to pull that out, and I'm going to have to hunt for the damn thing. It's like with cables, you know, I've got so much cabling. Like, if I need a cable, I've got to go through 2 or 3 boxes for the cables.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I don't like to throw stuff away because it costs money to buy. If I throw something away, which I don't think I'm going to need later, and suddenly you do realise you need it, you've got to go out and spend more money to get a new one, haven't you?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that is the definition of hoarding.
Yeah, well, I'm not as much as a hoarder like my ex-wife was.
No,
I
you
know
don't. The thing is, Steve, is you don't have to explain it anyway. Even if you are a hoarder and you like keeping things, that's your business. It's nothing to do with anybody else. Fuck them.
Yeah, but you know, I'm not as bad as my ex-wife though.
I've no room about hoarding Av shoes from 1995, says Mags. Lol. Year I was born, so you've had them pretty much all of my lifetime.
There you go. She's got shoes the same age as you, brother, or maybe even shoes older than you.
Still, 90s was pretty good for fashion.
Can't say I remember it.
Well,
Don't really remember it. Don't remember a lot about. Pardon?
I was only really young at the time, so I don't remember much about it.
I don't remember. Don't remember a lot about the 90s at all. Massively doing loads of gigs and loads of stuff, and don't remember a lot about the 90s. The 90s was a blur to me, as was a big part of the first part of the millennium too.
See, it's like when you just said, Dave, right? You know, about an EMF meter. I know where my EMF meters are. I know where a lot of my stuff is without actually having them put them in boxes and cataloguing them. If you said like Ouija boards, I can say, well, I've got one there, got one up there, and I've got like 3 up there. I know where a lot of my stuff is. I do admit that sometimes I do put things down and do lose them, like with some of the ghost boxes, or like a couple of the DC boxes suddenly disappeared. And I know that I normally put them down where I can find them, but when I go to get them, they're not there. So if it's like, you know, spirits hiding shit, I don't know, but or it could just be me putting it down where I think I put it down and it's not there. But at least I know where a lot of my stuff is. Now, I know there's people out there who just throw their stuff everywhere and takes like days to even find it. With me, like, if you said to me, right, where's your Robert's radio? I can say, well, there's one there and there's 2 in the living room. And I know where they are.
Where's your Robert's radio?
1 there and 2 in the living room.
See? Exactly. Bang on. I knew that.
Yeah, because I just said.
Exactly. Just goes to show you tell the truth then, doesn't it?
If you said, where's your Bible? I say, well, the big one, which used to belong to my dad, I admit I do not know. But I do have 2 little, well, that little Bible there, which I picked up at the car booty, and that is a Polish companion Bible, would you believe?
Why, are you Polish or?
No, it's Polish, but edited into English. It says there, it's a Catholic. Something.
Ding.
That was me, I think.
You're just showing off because you got friends.
I think it says Polish. Yeah. I don't know if you can see that.
Let's have a look, Steve. Got another window open because of keeping an eye. Yes, I can. I used to. I can speak Polish.
But if you look inside the Bible, it's English.
Yeah, that's not Polish, that, Steve.
But why has it got Polish written on the front?
Because maybe go on.
This one here.
Which one there? That one there.
This one here.
That one there.
I got from the same seller, and this one is a hymns book. There's hymns in it. How anyone can fucking read that in that small writing? They must have like, you know, very high magnetic glasses to read that.
Oh, really, really big eyes like a fly.
Yeah. And same with this one. This is a communion prayer book.
All right.
So these are going back quite old as well. I don't know.
I'm just paying it, just like looking at the propaganda in the side chat. Absolute rubbish. Billy, no, mates. Apart from all the people that speak to you online. Got loads of friends. Let's have a look, Steve. I can speak Polish. You didn't bite before when I said it. I'm trying to wind you up, but you're not having it. See, he's ignoring me now.
I'm just trying to see if there's any dates on this one. I know I've got one over there somewhere. See, like these, I've got two of these. One in a brown colour and one in the black colour. And it's the same kind of stuff.
How many do you have, and why do you think you need that many? Just out of interest.
Well, I was going to buy the one, and the guy, said the price, and he goes, "You know what? I need to get rid of them. You can have all of them for £5." So I said, "Yeah, all right then."
£5? That's half a tenner, that, isn't it?
Yeah. So I said, "Yeah, all right then." I can always pass them on to people if someone asks for one, maybe. But they've got fucking brilliant eyesight because I can't read the damn things. No, I'll be back. I'm not just going for a pee.
That's see you in a while, Steve, then.
Everybody run and hide now while he's away.
Yeah, we're running.
Leave the chat open and everything so he thinks we're still here, but he'll start fucking about with his mic thinking he's broke.
Yeah.
Can anybody fucking hear me? Shout loud if it'll come through the speakers and see if we can invoke it, do some kind of incantation to summon up some demons while he's away.
He's nipped in the garden, says Mags. Jane. Hi, Jane. Good to see you back.
Of course he has, Mags. He's pissing in the grid.
Yeah. Pussycat. Yeah, pussycat. Oh, she's coming over. Come
Tammy.
here, pussycat. Tammy.
Tammy. Tammy, you little bitch.
Where's it gone? I can't see it.
Handbags? Oh, I mean, I'm back. Where have you been, Jane? Hey, Jambo, where have you been?
I can see the cat. Yeah. It's gone. Yeah, he's definitely gone in the garden, I think.
I'm killing one out in the rose bed. It's gone land in the chocolate rocket.
Oh.
Yes, he's gone killing out a fudge dragon.
Oh, their cat's back.
Been land in the baby's arm.
Come here, pussycat.
There's one of my ghost boxes, which I showed you, I think, last night. So I know where
Give it me.
ghost boxes are. But, mate, I need it myself. Unlike you, like to try different techniques, different ghost boxes. So I believe there's different ghost boxes. There's different slight frequency changes, and the white noise is different. And
Yeah, totally. Totally agree with that. Do you do manual scanning?
yeah, I've done a little bit. I've got a manual radio over there.
Do you like it?
Not really.
Why?
Because you, to be honest, hang on a minute. I've got an old Alba.
Good radio, that.
I've tried doing it, but you just don't know. Oh, there's my other Bible. It's like, I don't think that's that's not the one I got from my dad. That's one I picked up somewhere. Just don't know how fast to scan it, to be honest with you, on manual radios. Don't want to do it too fast and too slow.
Okay, just seen your comment, Jane, on the video. I hope he's okay anyway.
Yeah, I've got a question for you.
Oh yeah, that makes a change. Go on, what?
And I've got to pick that fucking thing up for you.
Yes, go on, cheeky. What is it?
Hold on.
Well, you only have to open your mouth to ask a question, Steve.
No, because I've got to show you it as well.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough.
I know you like looking at my backside, but
Oh, yes. I don't do it as much as I possibly should, Mags. I think the last time I done a manual tune-in spirit box session was
Is that
two or
is this what?
3 years ago, something like that. 2 years ago.
That's what I
Pardon?
said. Isn't it? One of those.
Yes.
Do you use it? No.
Yes.
Yeah, fucking hell. That's awful. I don't. So, what do you go on these? What do you think about the old thermal?
I think they come in very handy for detecting cold spots and drafts and surface temperature deviations. So I think they're worth having in an investigation to conduct a baseline test and to rule out anything normal, if you like, rather than paranormal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're worth having.
I think they are, as long as you're using them for the right thing.
Shh. Be quiet.
With me? Okay.
I'll show you. I can't find it. Probably behind all that. Yeah,
That's what.
Can't find it. There's a couple of photography I bought off. Well, one I bought from Tandy. It was cheap.
What's this? A spirit box you're going to give me?
No, it's
Oh,
it's like a. It looks a little bit like an EMF detector, but it detects cavities in the wall and
oh yeah,
pipes.
yeah.
I've got a couple of those knocking around somewhere.
Yeah, they're worth having them.
Because if you're in an infestation, I'm thinking like, if you're hearing knocks on the wall, there may be, if you can scan the wall to see if you've got it, you can always turn around and say, well, hang on, I think that's possibly mice that you're hearing that scratching on the wall.
Yeah.
So I know you got one of these.
Let's have a look, Steve. Yeah, I recognise the box. Yeah, they're the things. They're the little transmitters. Yeah.
I might give it a go one day, see if it kind of like works. But
Well, I haven't yet myself, but I know in principle, send out via RF, receive via RF, channel into white noise. You're picking up dual white noise, just like your regular background static. Do a white noise experiment where you're transmitting and receiving. See if they come through on the carrier wave.
yeah. But I don't know if they're actually set to a certain frequency, like a certain channel or not, or.
Yeah, it tells you, Steve. I think it's got it on the box. I think it tells you what frequency it operates at.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
So I think I might have asked you it before, but what do you reckon on divot boxes?
Load of bollocks.
So you don't think anyone can capture a spirit and keep it contained in the box?
Why don't they just capture a spirit and keep it like as a pet? Why don't they put a collar on it?
So how about the movie divot box where that girl gets one from a flea market?
Yeah, exactly. And you look at how famous divot boxes were before that movie came out.
Mm.
When did that film come out?
Was it 2011?
I don't know. I think it's called Possession, wasn't it?
Possession, yeah.
Don't know if I remember that.
3:33, 3 hours and 33 minutes.
Wow.
Ooh.
Streamed.
Steve dragging them numbers in like the good old days.
Mm. See, like with the divot boxes, you reckon the original ones were Jewish wine cabinet ones.
Yeah.
And there was one on eBay for quite a while, being for $5,000. No one was buying it. I don't know.
I'm not surprised at $5,000.
But then, if you think about haunted dolls, now I don't know what you think about dolls being haunted. I've got a big collection of dolls. But on GMTV, that doll which they brought on, the woman said that it was very spiritually active. They had a rocking chair next to them, and suddenly the rocking chair started moving, which I thought, well, anything could make that move. In the camera, there's cameras that they have on tripods could have made that move. But she actually said that the activity was very strong, and I believe it's negative, yeah. And then later they actually resold it on eBay. I think they got over $1,000 for that.
Not so surprised.
But what do you reckon on dolls? What's your output on dolls? Because a lot of people use them.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of people use them. Can sort of energies imprinted upon things, which is why we come out with the storm tape theory. But I always think, what I'm going to do is when I pass away, I'm going to be that confused because I'm dying. I'm going to jump inside the body of a plastic doll.
Yeah, but they say a plastic doll resembles a living person, don't it?
Yeah, so you're going to lose. You're going to lose all your intelligence when you die and confuse what you are for a plastic Barbie or a doll or a porcelain doll. I just think it's total bullshit. I think the energy or essence of somebody can be imprinted upon it, but I don't think they contain the spirits of it. I just don't. It doesn't make any sense that would be the case. But what do I know?
Yeah, but what about the Annabelle doll?
Well, it's just the same thing, isn't it? All you're doing is you're coming up with myths and legends to try and support it. And it's like, that's the same thing, the Annabelle doll, isn't it? I mean, what's the other one? What's the one that Zach Bagans has got? Is it Peg?
I don't know, but I know there's one called Robert, the cider doll.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he's got one at his haunted museum thing, hasn't he? Called Peg.
I think he got the Annabelle doll from that paranormal group. I can't remember the fucking names.
Right. Well, I thought that the caretaker that used to run the museum for Ed and Lorraine,
that's the ones. Yeah,
he's Ed and Lorraine Warren. They sort of left it with him, so he sort of get it. He's got it now. I'm not entirely sure, but I think so. I just think it's one of them other legend things, Survived the fire and all this lot, like your Dibby box thing. That's another one, isn't it? It come into prominence. All the eBay thing was the massive hype that surrounded it. This is from Jewish mythology as well.
Yeah,
this is based upon Jewish mythology, but it's a Western guy that started propagating it, not the Jews. I don't know. I just don't wear it, me. Or as Max says, it'd be my luck to end up in a doll. Yeah, there you go, probably.
Yeah, Jane said there's one called Robert doll. I posted it on Burnham Ghost Hunters group. Yeah, the Robert one is the cider doll. Now, I got a couple of dolls from Simon where we actually saw the doll moving on a live stream when he was using a book to conjure up spirit by using a spell. And because he was giving up the paranormal, he sent it down to me, and I've got it, but I can't remember what I've done with it. Trying to find it the other day, actually.
The thing is, by default, a doll is anthropomorphic. It's set to look like a human, arms and legs, bipedal and all that lot. So when you set it up, you have to set it up as if it's sitting or as if it's standing, and it can move, it can settle, I just don't think. I haven't seen any sort of evidence of that. Interaction within them, maybe. I can sort of see them being used as trigger objects or as focal points, maybe, if you're wanting to see activity with it. But as far as them to contain the spirit, it's like any human being loses all sense whatsoever. I mean, what's the one they come up with? That when you die, your body looks for something that looks like a human body. So it's like, what? Do you forget what a doll looks like after you've died? Like, nah,
I don't understand it myself.
No, I don't put a lot in that one. Now, blow-up dolls.
That shit.
Blow-up dolls.
Blow-up dolls are different because you've got to put something into them, haven't you, Steve? A little bit of yourself inside it for it to work. Don't ignore me, Steve. You know I'm right. Yeah, he just don't like it. He don't like it when I'm being silly. Steve!
Come back, Dave.
Yeah. And hurry up about it too.
Oh, sorry, I missed that bit because I had to go out and clear the cat shit up off the floor again.
It's all right, mate.
Oh,
I've got to go and lie about Bigfoot in a bit.
yeah. So, like, I enjoy the conversation about Bigfoot and the Sasquatch and that, but there's just too much I can only take in about the Sasquatch and Bigfoot. I believe that it may exist, but without the real proof, evidence, even capturing one, I don't really believe in it, to be honest with you.
But weirdly, you haven't, or can't prove or have any evidence of ghosts or spirits exist, but you believe in them.
Why we do it. Yeah, that's why we do it, and that's why they do it with the Bigfoot and the Yeti and the Sasquatch and stuff like that. It's like with the people who try to do the Loch Ness, they reckon that they might have debunked it. They reckon it might have been a massive turtle that was floating around. Must have been a fucking big turtle.
Well, yeah, big turtle. That's like, loads of years old. I mean, you can sort of, depending upon which sort of like legend you look at regarding that, you can trace it back to a couple of different time periods. I mean, it really took off in the 30s after the surgeon's photo and stuff. But there were reports of a serpent in that area that went back before then.
Yeah.
In that area, even at Loch Garten and Loch Lomond. And you're going back a couple of 100 years now. We know certain species of turtle can live a long time. But, in the Highland lochs of Scotland for 250-300 years, I don't know. I think there's a good chance that they very well could be. Or some of the sightings are being interpreted as that.
Go on, carry on.
No, sorry, I was just going to say, well, there's also a chance that they're actual physical things.
So I was going to say, over the hundreds and thousands of years, we don't know what the loch looked like 1,200,000 years ago. If the dinosaurs were actually roaming the planet before they got extinct by a meteorite crashing onto the planet, there could have been cabins, which the loch might have existed at that time, probably a lot deeper than it originally was, and something's gone in there, and got away from the meteorite explosion and was able to survive in an underground cavern full of water.
Yeah, so you're referring to the Permian extinction, what killed the dinosaurs, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that sort of flies in the face of Nessie is the lack of actual, biomass, what they call biomass, which is the amount of living organisms within a body of water. And fishermen, people from Scotland will tell you, go up there and you're lucky to catch a small trout. It isn't massively stocked. There's not a lot of food. And for such a big beast or such a big creature that's allegedly supposed to live there, it would need a large amount of food on which to thrive. Now, in the depths, there's even less. There's even less food.
Maybe that's why there ain't a lot of fish there, because that bleeding thing's been eating them all to survive.
Which it'd die though, wouldn't it? It'd eventually eat itself to extinction, and no animal does that. I mean, no predatory animal. I mean, even pike, which a lot of people say, oh, you want to be careful of them in a fishery, they eat all the fish. No, they don't. That is not what they do, actually. There is an ecosystem within anything. What they do is they eat dead and diseased fish or dying fish or sick fish or whatever, but they won't eat themselves to extinction. In fact, if they eat everything else and they're breeding, they'll start to eat themselves.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that doesn't marry up with a Loch Ness monster. Is Loch Ness is pretty much devoid of any aquatic life. The levels of aquatic life are just really small. There's no food for it. Jimmy.
Yes.
Eli Family 1983 is live interviewing Carlos the Fam.
All right, yeah.
So, he did say he was going to do a live stream tonight, didn't he?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. He's doing a live stream, and I'm supposed to be on one at 1:00. because everybody goes out at the same time, don't they? Really, a lot of the time. I just want to say that what Mags has said. I like sea cryptids or legends. Only 5% of the seas, oceans have been explored, compared to around 70% of the land surface. That's the thing. We're still finding things in the Marianas Trench, aren't we?
Yeah.
Regarding like a marine life and so on and so forth and so forth and so on.
I just clicked on the link, gone back to my YouTube, and damn thing ain't working now. My YouTube ain't working for some reason. Let's go back that way. Now it's working. I have to go a long way around to get back onto my channel. Like a secret, what was that? Let's highlight that.
Secret lemonade drinker.
Like a secret or legends, only 5% of the sea ocean has been explored. Yeah, that's what I understand. Like, we've got plenty to explore on our own planet, but they're spending billions and billions of pounds and dollars and yen and yang or whatever you want to call it to send fucking spacecraft up to the moon to other planets to find out what life's on there. We don't even know what life is in the seas on our own planet.
Yeah, but to be fair, we're spending millions and millions and billions on looking into our own planet too at the same time. It's not like we've stopped looking on Earth just because we've started to look towards the heavens.
Yeah,
it's sort of all going on at the same time, isn't it? I mean, people are looking for the origin of being, Steve, if you believe what some say. Not getting you still having problems with it? YouTube, Steve?
Yeah, a little bit. So my camera keeps fucking flashing on.
I don't know what's going on with that recently.
I ain't a camera, so I've got 3 of these fucking cameras. I bought the first one when I had it completely packed up because it wouldn't connect. So I bought another one, exactly the same. It's the 300 HD Microsoft camera.
All right.
So because it didn't work, and I thought it packed up, and bought another one. It worked for a while. Then that one started playing up. So again, I bought a third one. And I couldn't send the other 2 back because I've had them for a year anyway. So I bought a third one. That started working okay. Then suddenly, after a year, that started playing up. So I wasn't going to buy another one. I thought I'd just try the other ones, and they started working again. So I've got 3 of these fucking cameras that work, but sometimes they do go a little bit faulty, I think, sometimes.
Yeah.
Don't know, it's my, I think it could be the USB connectors that sometimes don't work, or it might be the software drivers that keep screwing up. So, what time you got to be on there? 1 o'clock?
1:30 I'm on there.
Got an hour. I ain't going to stay on another hour, though. I'll probably give it
No,
back.
it's okay. I get it. But yeah, half 1 I'm on there.
Not got any something to eat yet. No, nothing apart from fucking half packet custard creams.
Yeah, sub to me, Jane. Make up a load of different accounts and just keep subbing to me. Do it.
Well, I don't need to post my link on it because I know you already subscribed to me.
So
I'm
just
not
custard
entirely
creams
sure.
you've had today, Steve?
Yeah, he's fucking starving to death.
Well, you've got to eat, haven't you?
Yeah, of course you have, yeah.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. When I close this down, I'll probably go and make a sandwich and sit and watch the old acid bath killer.
John,
yeah, you like a bit of that, don't you?
Yeah, he lived in Crawley for a while, where Nan and Granddad used to live.
I'd like to have a topic one day on a stream, just discussing why people are so fucking evil and why they go out killing people. I think that might be an interesting topic.
It's usually because they've had sad lives and bad upbringings, and
Yeah.
most of the time, well, they just don't have good intentions.
We can do that one night if you want, Steve. I can come at it from a psychologist, criminologist kind of point of view, should you wish.
Yeah, because I know that some of the cases they say that it can be in one way genetically imprinted
What's this?
on the children. If you've had a serial killer who's gone out murdering, and then he gets married and have kids, they reckon that the be passed on genetically to the children.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll cover that. There's what do you mean by that, Mags? Shocker! I've only just seen a comment. We'll do one about that if you want one night, Steve. It becomes very in depth, and there's lots of different reasons and like different profiling depending upon the government body that's looked into it and which country have looked into it as to why. And we certainly won't be able to cover it in the hour that I've got left before I've got to go, or before you starve to death.
It's probably going to be like a 10-hour fucking video stream, you know, because we'll probably be talking about some of the actual serial killers themselves and what kind of crimes they commit, and you know how they got away with it for so long.
Oh, just shut me pants. Look at Jamie up on the on the panel again. He's becoming a right internet slut, isn't he?
Yeah. Not like that Dave Dimlow though. He's a right internet slut. He is, you know, fucking hell, every day. If ain't on mine, he's like 10, 12 hours on his own, you know, kind of thing. I'm thinking, how the guy does it.
Love it.
You know, I had to fucking try to get a good 8 hours sleep to catch up and build up my energy again, you know. How many hours did you sleep last night? Well, this morning, today?
Truth be said, Steve, I've only had about 4 hours kip. I'm pretty knackered, if I'm honest.
How long would you do that live stream for in the end? Because
on here,
9.5 hours.
On here, you can actually stream over 24 hours, but it'll only save and record on YouTube for 12 hours.
Yes, indeed.
You can still view it constantly through YouTube, but when you finish the stream, it's like 12 hours of it.
Yeah, because I think I've done 18.5 hours. Thanks, Jane.
Yeah. Like mine, I said to you lot earlier, it's only going to be a short stream. I was only going to talk a little bit about the topic about debunking stuff.
Yeah, it's like Mags.
Half hour, then it just went on to like nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, you see, that's what happens. That's what happens with me. Loads of people come up on the panel and all that, and they start talking, and people in the chat start talking, and you get other things to talk about. And before you know it, your belly's touching your backbone because you're starving to death. Your teeth are falling out. You haven't slept for 6 months. It's great.
That's what happens with internet. You only want to use it for a while, but then you end up using it a long time.
Yep.
Just like on Facebook, you just want to look at a couple of posts and catch up with things, but then you get ended up looking into other things on there.
Oh, my Facebook's slut as well, me, Jamie.
Yeah,
Jamie, I've got a question for it. How easy would it be for you to get to Calf Shorten train station?
Not too far to walk, actually.
Because when I start going back to do my bushcraft, fancy coming over to my bushcraft camp for a few hours.
What's your bushcraft again?
What do you mean? What is it? It's my little camp where I built a shelter.
Oh, of course, yeah. So yeah,
I'll have to ask.
A bad idea.
I'll have to ask the landowner if I can bring anyone over. So I might go there, you know, in the next month or so. When the weather gets better, when it gets a bit more sunnier, I'm going to go out and do some milk detecting. And when
it's an excuse to hang out, isn't it? As well, it's just an excuse to hang out with somebody.
Don't worry, I'll make you a nice cup of tea or coffee. Well, I don't take tea, but if you want to, I can take a tea bag.
And then he'll murder you and hollow you out and make a hat out of your skull, and he'll make a sleeping bag out of your skin. You'll be fine.
Yeah. How do you know I might not lock him in the fucking shelter?
Yeah, there you go.
No.
Please don't.
You're my wife now.
Do you easily get scared at night time, Jamie? Do you like going out at night, or you know, does it kind of like freak you out a little bit?
It depends on where I'm going. Like, if I wouldn't want to go for a field or a park at night,
Well, I bet woods.
woods are probably not comfortable there.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to. You got Steve with you, Supersonic Superman Steve.
Yeah.
So it is in the woodland, but it's not kind of like deep in the woods. It's only like a little section of woods that the landowner's got. The rest of it's all fields, and he's got ponies. So I'm hoping you'll be okay with ponies as well. But if I can get permission, we can meet up and I'll take you over there and show you it, the camp, and we can
Is
sit
this
there
where we met up?
or coffee.
Maybe, yeah. Is this where we met up before? Or
Aye?
is this the same wood we met up in? Or
No, it's a completely different place. It's near Cole
Whereabouts?
Shelton. My camp is down near Cole Shelton, so you'd have to get a bus with me. I'd have to meet you at the train station. Then we jump on a 463 and go to where my camp is.
Who do you live with, Jamie? Do you live at home still?
yeah, at home still with my mum and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, well, you might want to tell them. You might want to tell your next of kin where you're going, because if he gets his fecking hands on you,
The next fucking serial killer, go out and take people from my camp and bury them in the fucking woodlands. Yeah.
I don't know. I see them bushcraft videos I've seen of yours. Your little shelter thing's like it's fucking like a little home away from home. That man.
Well, I've done it because of like all the bullshit, hate and bullying and all that, and it kind of took me away from the paranormal. I didn't fancy doing the gaming. I couldn't afford the fishing license because the fishing license went up, and I thought, well, what can I do? And I was just sitting there watching a video on like wildlife, and then I come across a channel with bushcraft, and I thought, well, what's bushcrafting? So I sat there and watched a few channels, where people started going out, spending time in the woods and like making shelters. And I'd already been doing metal detecting up there, so I thought, you know what, that'd be interesting to do. So I went up to my landowner and I said, look, I appreciate you letting me do metal detecting, but I've got a question for you. And, it's up to you. You can turn around and say, no, I'm okay with the no answer. But when it rains, I don't really want to be taking shelter in like the little horse shelters, because you've got like tin shacks for the horses. If it gets too bad, they can go and shelter in it. So I said, is there any chance I can make a shelter? Oh, yeah, knock yourself out. But he didn't realise how big it was going to be. But he's okay with it. I said, when he said, "Cool, it's getting a bit big, isn't it, Steve?" I said, "Yeah, well, we want me to shorten it, isn't it?" He goes, "No." He goes, you do what you want, mate. Run the land. I'm giving you permission to do whatever you want to do. So I even asked him about fire. If I can make fire, make a cup of coffee before I make the shelter. He said, "Yeah, knock yourself out, mate." And he was good enough to even cut trees down. Now, I didn't want the living trees to be cut down, so he cut down the dead trees. So I had more wood for like fires and building the camp up and do the roof and stuff. So that's the reason because of the shit that went down over the last couple of years, I wanted to do something with time. And I've got an interest in watching all these bushcraft channels. And I just went up to him and I said, I like watching survival videos on YouTube. I see a lot of people go out and make shelters. Can I have permission to do one? He said, yeah. Now, the thing is, if we have an apocalyptic situation where we got zombies,
Jesus Christ.
at least I can try and grab a pizza moped and drive all the way up to there. And I've got my own little place to be hidden up. And
Do you remember
zombies knocking around?
Do you remember yesterday or the day before when I was gobbing off about not having done the census or I didn't get the census?
Yeah.
Fucking thing arrived today, didn't it?
Did it?
Bastards, yeah. So I've had to do it online. It was like a right ball ache. Do you not think that you're going to need some like punji steak pits, Steve, with sharpened stakes in case the zombies get anywhere near your little outlet though? Something like that. What
that
about,
only happen if a zombie apocalypse happens. Then yeah, I will. I've got my axe, I've got my saw up there still. I've got my bushcraft knife up there still somewhere. So yeah, I've got plenty of like wooded area. I can always like the old punji sticks, make a few little trenches, and have punji sticks in there like the old Vietnam used to do. I've got a video where you can actually make those those traps where you trip it and you've got this great big fucking massive lock that comes flying down.
Yeah, deadfall trap.
Movie had, you
Yeah.
know, so knocks them out. You know, I'll even like make myself some spears and a bow and arrow and.
I'll just take my shotgun. Jamie, Jane wants to know if you have spirits at your. No, well, it's a long way for me to come and meet you, Steve. I've blew my way through God knows how many zombies by that time. Jane wants to know if you got spirits at your house, Jamie. I think she's trying to scare you. I think you have, and you got a demon in there which is attached to you.
No, my house is clear of paranormal.
Oh no, sounds like no.
Oh, I got my farm. I'll do it online. Yeah, I don't mind online as well, Jane.
So you just said, Dave, you take a shotgun. I won't use a shotgun because that attracts the noise. The sound of the gun will attract.
Yeah. Do you know what it does? It enables me to clear a path through humans if I need to get to supplies. It's not for the zombies. It's for the people. For that, I'd use either a machete, maybe bow and arrow, something like that, perhaps.
Yeah, I can make a bow and arrow. Try and make a bow and arrow like the old Rambo one. No, there are ways you can actually make bow and arrows stronger by using fire and eating up wood and bending it. Oh, I'll try to do it that way. I won't just use a normal piece of wood and bend it because it's definitely going to snap. They need to make the wood stronger.
Yeah.
I think what they do is they soak it in water, then they heat it, don't they?
Yeah.
Make the wood stronger.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got access to water supply up there on his land. So I can always fill my bottles up and make myself a lot of hot water and all what I need, which they've taken away, just where his property kind of like cuts off to the next property. There used to be an old bathtub up there. I thought, now if that was cleaner, I could boil water and have a bath up there. But the fucking council came along and took it, didn't they? I would have used it for what I would have used it for, planting, like a plant thing.
You go for a survival issue. A very angry man of late, Steve. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have a word with somebody about you.
Yeah. Right, what'd she say? Anyway.
I'll be good enough.
Right, I'm off to for a
I'll
while.
be over the zombie home crutches.
Right, take care, Mags.
See you later, Mags. Take it
I
easy.
feel better soon, Jane.
Well, you can always stick a few nice, sharp knives, like, you know, the old carving knives, like, at the end of your crutches and slash them.
You could do that, actually, Jane, yeah.
All the zombie talks make me think of the film Shaun of the Dead.
But there's nothing wrong with that. It's a good film.
Yeah, it's a great film.
Good film, that.
Who put this on? It's on random.
Yeah.
Okay, John, it's time at the bar.
I like it when he said that the rifle is not active and they fucking know it from shoot.
The Winchester.
Yeah,
The Winchester pub, yeah. The Winchester, yeah.
The Winchester? Okay,
Yeah, the Winchester.
but dogs can look up.
Yeah, dogs can look up. Yeah. Pretty cool, that.
Great film.
Yeah, I like it when they're using the 12 inches, all the LPs in the garden as frisbees to kill that zombie walking down the garden.
Oh,
Yeah, like going for it. No, keep that one.
Yeah.
that was a limited edition.
Funny that.
As if a fucking record would like slice a bloody zombie's head off, you know. Yeah.
Well, it did the last time I was in a zombie apocalypse, Steve. You'll be too young to remember.
Yeah, okay. I installed that game, the Verdament one, the other day, but it's shit. It's got 4 players on it. It's not proper single player, so I'm gonna uninstall that one.
You're busy anyway with Call of Duty 2, you.
I finished that one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I finished that.
Oh, good man.
I've gone all the way through the single player. I've played that game about 5 times now. Last time I played it was about 2-3 years ago.
Jeez, last time I played it was about
that film. Yeah, it's a great film, Shaun of the Dead.
10 years ago, maybe. I don't know. Ages ago. Digga-digga-digga-ding-a-ding.
What one was you playing the other day? Tell me. Don't tell me. I'm gonna look.
Well, I'm trying to figure that. I've got that song in my head now.
White lines. Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. White lines. Yeah, that's what they were humming, weren't they, outside the pub when they were pissed?
Yeah.
No, you
Was that song they were playing afterwards on the thing when the houseman comes, well, the homeowner comes down and shouts at them, and
Oh, yeah, that was off Crucial Electro
Yeah.
breakdancing album in the 1980s. I had that album.
yeah, that song is on Grand Theft Auto Vice City because I played that game and I heard it once and I was thinking, oh, that's the song from Shaun the Dead, which always pisses off the homeowner.
Yeah,
Pete the
Peter
Prick.
Serafinowicz.
Pete the Prick, yeah, that's the
Yeah,
character's
well,
name.
Yeah, the actual actor's called Peter Serafinowicz.
Aye.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Did you find it,
Yeah.
Steve? Have you figured out what I was playing?
No, you ruined it, haven't you?
Oh, I shouldn't have done. Far Cry 4.
Yeah,
Far Cry 4 I was playing.
can't tell on there.
Dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-dig.
Well, I don't think I can play that kind of game. I'm more like, as you know, like
Film.
third player shoot 'em up. Well, first player shoot 'em up like Call of Duty. I like it when you see the whole body like you do.
Yeah,
on
third
some-
person.
Yeah, when you see the whole body like.
Lara Croft and stuff.
I've not really played that. I've got a couple of Lara Croft games, but I've not played them. I prefer like the ones like Daisy standalone and Daisy mod,
Yeah.
which I played for many years. The Daisy mod on the Armour 2.
Dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-dig.
I do like the first person. I don't mind third person, but
Far Cry 4 is first person, Steve.
yeah, I know, but I can't get into it. It's more strategy that one, though, isn't it? I think.
No, it's just open world, running around shooting shit out of stuff.
No, just checking that one.
Stop me now, having such a good time. Having a ball.
Bit of Queen.
Kill the Queen. No,
Dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-ding.
the jukebox.
All right, what time is it?
It's time. You got something to eat, you
Quarter to
jellyfish.
1.
Yeah, I better close this down and let Dave have a half hour, 3/4 hour of rest before he goes on to that stream. What one? Who is it? Nup's going on there.
Yeah, it's adventures. But I wouldn't worry, Steve. I'm just going on there. I'm going to cause a load of trouble and disruption and lie a lot.
Yeah.
Because I like doing that. I have great fun doing that, winding people up. It's wonderful.
I might go on there and watch, but I want to watch that acid bar first.
Well, why don't you come on there, wait until we've spoke a bit, and then get Nubs to drag you up with us?
Yeah, I might do. Depends on how tired I am. So I don't have another fucking late morning again like last night. 7 o'clock.
Well, that was your fault.
Fuck was it? Whose channel was on last night? Yours.
That was your fault. I was actually asleep through half of that night, you know.
Yeah.
There was a robotic voice playing in my stead.
Yeah, it was a double ganger you had down there, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. You drew a picture of me earlier. Dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-ding-a-ding.
I mean, I did try to draw a picture the other day, but it came out really bad, so I fucking rubbed it out.
Just as well, that, mate. Just as well.
Like
Otherwise, I'll be burying you in your fucking survival place, mate. I'll be hollowing you out as a sleeping bag, mister.
You'd be fucking like putting a copyright infringement on me, saying, "Oh, you drew me without my permission."
Jeez, yeah, there's people who fucking do that as well, isn't there?
I done one of Chris Powers, Northwest Paranormal.
Yeah.
It looked like him. He goes, "Fucking hell, Steve, that is me." I said, "Well, done one of Lindsay. I've done one of Rose."
Do you mean Chris Moon?
Yeah.
All right, cool, Steve. I'll let you go. You need to go and get something to eat, mate. And if you can jump in later on Nubs's or get involved, then it's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, buddy. And I shall speak to you again, Jamie. You take it easy, fella.
See you,
Did you
Dave.
just 5 days? Oh, COVID gaming. Thank you for that, COVID. Appreciate that.
Well, see you later, guys.
I just got another £5 donation by COVID Gaming. Thank you very much.
Nice one.
Cove
See you
Boy
later.
is his name, I think.
Love me.
See you,
Love
Steve.
me. Bye. Bye.
Love you and leave you.
Bug off. Bug off. Fucking cheeky bugger, you, Steve. Right, you're not coming on anymore. Right, so Dave is going on Nubs. Yeah. in a minute. I'll see if I can find Nubs' channel, so I can post it. I forgot to ask Dave to link it up actually.
Whose channel's this again?
Nubs. It's another parent. Actually, Adventures with
Nubs.
Nubs' channel's called. Click on that.
I'll go and sub to him.
Guy actually. Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't really understand the way he talks sometimes, but you know, he seems like a nice guy. That's Nubs' channel. He's going to be on in about 40 minutes or so. Although it's not shown that he's going to be on, but they said he will be on because he's going to be part of it. What else is there? Yeah, if
Just
Dave
subbing to him now.
If Dave does a stream tomorrow, I'll try nipping on these. I'm not being funny, but I don't keep doing streams on mine all the time. You know, my channel needs to have a day break kind of thing. So if Dave does a stream tomorrow, I'll jump on these one. You know, I don't want to be kind of like, it's like a few years ago. I want to give other people the chance of doing their stream and being part of their stream, rather than them keep coming to mine, because I want them to share the channel. Actually, he's live now, I think. Yeah, he's live now. What is Dogman? That's what he's doing right now. So yeah, you know, I want to give people a chance to do their streams, and you know, not for me to take all the airtime up. If it happens, it happens. You know, it's not done intentional. But yeah, Jamie, can you put your channel link in?
Just done it now.
So if I'm not on tomorrow or tonight, I'll just say, because it's Sunday now anyway. If I'm not on my channel
Mother's
tonight,
Day as
I'll
well.
go on Dave's channel for a little while. Don't know what we talk about. Just comes out as it comes out. You know, we can talk a load of bullshit. We can talk, have a good conversation sometimes. But as Dave normally says, thank you for coming on here and taking your time to be a part of the channel. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure, Steve.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Matt. Thank you to everyone who's taken the time out to come on the side chat and then being part of the side chat. Jane, Mags, Jamie,
Sorry
Dave,
if I bored you or anyone, but
Shrimp. Who else was there? Ian was on there earlier.
Ian Bennett.
Yeah. Who else was on here?
Cheers for the sub, Jane.
Angela. And yeah, maybe sometime in the future, hopefully sometime this year, you might get to see me and Jamie meet up and do a video together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long time since we last had one.
Yeah.
2018, that was.
What, when you was on my last video?
Yeah.
Well, it's only 3 years anyway, so it's not too bad.
Nah. Still. Yeah.
Some people only get on it and never come on it again, you know. Some people don't even reach to get on the video.
Yeah, true.
Right. But I'm going to say good night, and I'll probably see you over at Nubsy's later on, maybe. So
Good
take
night,
care.
fellas.
Good night, and yeah, I'm going to go and get something to eat and drink now. So bye, everyone. Right. Cheers. Good night. So
Good night, Steve.
Come on. Cheers.
Been a pleasure. Oh, 1 night.